Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Hogwarts. I really never wanted to be the Dark Lord. Part 1. August 1991, London. The sun broke free from the clouds, piercing the thick fog and illuminating the damp ground until it gleamed. A tabby cat squatted at the street corner, taking a serious look at the road sign. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Mr. Pruitt, thank you for your divination. A man huddled his shoulders and sat down in front of a divination stall at the corner of the street. My wife really cheated. Oh, right, this is the agreed upon payment. I am sorry. Sheeran Pruitt sighed with a feigned look of sorrow, yet neatly and efficiently collected the money. If I may ask, how do you plan to handle this matter? If you need divination advice, I can help you. No need, Mr. Pruitt, I plan to forgive her, the man said, rubbing his hands together. Tisk. What a cuckold. Sheeran curled his lips in his heart, yet his face still maintained a regretful expression. Good luck to you, sir. Seeing the man off, Sheeran withdrew his gaze and counted the money, which came to about £25. Coupled with the small change he had earned earlier, he now had £28 and 17 pence on him. However, the money was secondary, what was more important was the prompt box that had popped up before his eyes. Sheeran's gaze fell upon a virtual screen in front of him. You have completed a scam. Silver-tongued. Level 1 34 100ths proficiency +1. Description. Oh, sir. Go talk to them, anything will do, they will believe you. Of course, watch your tongue. After all, trouble stems from the mouth. Effect. Your words reach straight into people's hearts, making it easier for others to believe you. In truth, he didn't know any divination at all. This was merely a scam he had set up. Relying on his little brothers from the orphanage, Sheeran had long since discovered the fact that the man's wife was cheating. Afterwards, he deliberately lured the man to his divination stall and told him about this matter under the guise of divination. Sheeran was too young, only 11 years old, so the man did not believe it at first. Until the reality before his eyes turned out exactly as Sheeran had said. But this was not the best outcome Sheeran had anticipated. He had originally wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. First earn a sum for calculating the affair, then ask the man for a sum for advice on how to handle the affair, and later turn around and ask the cheating woman for a sum for advice as well. As a result, unexpectedly, the man chose to forgive her. Would she be any different? Sheeran, I guessed you'd be right here. A familiar voice reached Sheeran's ears, interrupting his thoughts. Miss Granger. Sheeran hid the money away, instantly composing his expression into a humble and polite demeanor. In front of Hermione, he always wore a gentle and kind appearance. Call me Hermione. Hermione Granger sat before Sheeran, resting her elbows on the tabletop and cupping her chin as she looked at him. How is business today? Fairly well. Sheeran shuffled the deck of tarot cards on the table. Would you like to try a divination? Hermione looked at Sheeran's slightly pale and thin face, a flash of pity flickering in her eyes. Then let's have a divination. I want to know, which school will I go to? She was 11 years old this year, at the age to advance to secondary school, and she had been troubled by this matter for the past few days. Aside from considering which school to go to, there was also the fact that she didn't want to be too far away from the boy in front of her, who had been her classmate for 6 years. Sheeran was unlike other children. He wouldn't laugh at her messy hair, and when she talked to him about things in books, he wouldn't impatiently turn his head away, but instead listened very attentively. Although he grew up in an orphanage, he was a gentle and kind boy, and he never lied. Hermione thought to herself. Have you received any letters recently? Sheeran asked. He remembered that before entering Hogwarts, owls would be sent to deliver letters beforehand. Hermione came from a Muggle family, and afterwards, a professor would even visit in person to guide her. A letter? Hermione asked with puzzlement. What letter? My parents did complain a few days ago that there were a few rambling scam letters, and one of them even had my name on it. It seemed they had been ignored by Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Sheeran thought. This was a common occurrence in Muggle families, which was why professors had to visit in person to explain. After all, very few parents would send their child to an obscure school simply because of a letter. Never mind, let's begin, Sheeran said. The tarot cards, their backs illustrated with stars, were shuffled under his hands and reassembled together. Taking you as the focal point, draw a card. Sheeran held the deck of tarot cards with 4 fingers, slowly spreading them out before Hermione. Under his deliberate control, the distance between each card was almost identical. Only then did he take the opportunity to closely examine the young girl in front of him. Messy brown hair, brown eyes, and a slight earnest nerdy temperament. Of course, none of these mattered. What mattered was that her name was Hermione Granger. She looked almost identical to her appearance in the movie version of Harry Potter. And it was precisely because of her that Sheeran realized, a few years after transmigrating as a baby, that this was the world of Harry Potter. Hermione drew a tarot card from the middle of the deck. When flipped over, it depicted an elderly man holding a lantern and a cane, standing atop a snowy peak. Oh, the hermit. Sheeran took the card in his hand and looked at it carefully. This represents that you pursue wisdom and love reading, but as a result, you often feel lonely. Hermione nodded. This indeed matched her current situation. However, I feel, the most core meaning of this card should be that you will seek out some hidden knowledge. Who knows, you might even go to an unknown magic school. Sheeran spoke the answer in a joking tone. Haha, it would be great if you could go with me. Hermione merely took it as a joke and didn't mind. Blinking at him, she finally spoke of the true purpose for coming to find him. I didn't bring money when I went out, so, come over to my house for dinner, consider it the divination fee. When a young girl expressed her feelings, she always had to find an excuse. Ever since she learned that Sheeran's parents were both deceased and that he grew up in an orphanage, she frequently invited him over to her house for dinner. Firstly because she liked this friend, and secondly because she wanted to take care of him. Because Sheeran looked very thin, she always worried that he was malnourished. Then I am deeply grateful to Miss Granger. Just call me Hermione. Hermione stood up from the stall and re-emphasized, Sheeran, you are always so polite. This place was not far from Hermione's home. Carrying their things, the two of them quickly arrived at the destination. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, good evening. I'm sorry to intrude. Mr. Pruitt, welcome, welcome. Come on in. The Granger family had long been familiar with this polite and sensible child, and they all liked him very much. You guys play for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Follow me, let's go upstairs. Hermione led Sheeran toward her bedroom. Don't eat too many snacks, oh, it's bad for your teeth. Mr. Granger, acting as a dentist, raised his head from behind his newspaper and gave a habitual reminder. My dad bought me an art book last week, but actually I had already read it when I was in the 3rd grade of primary school. He always can't remember which books I've read. I suppose it's because you read too fast. It's because I never have anything else to do, and you don't come look for me to play either. Sorry, No, it should be me apologizing to you. Hermione somewhat self-consciously twirled her unruly hair. I forgot that you still had to go divine to make money. It's all right, occasionally earning a dinner isn't bad either. Hermione was amused by him, and she led him to look at the dense array of various books on her bookshelf, enthusiastically introducing them anew, until Mrs. Granger knocked on the door. Is it time for dinner, Mom? It's still early. No. Mrs. Granger appeared somewhat hesitant, her gaze falling upon Sheeran. I'm sorry, Sheeran, I'm afraid we won't be able to host you today. Why? Hermione's voice rose significantly, filled with puzzlement. An important guest has come to the house, and there are very important matters to discuss later regarding your education, Hermione, Mrs. Granger explained helplessly. It's all right, then I'll leave first. See you later, Hermione. Sheeran smiled, walked up to Hermione, and said goodbye. When walking to the doorway, he deliberately turned back to look at Hermione, revealing just the right amount of reluctance to part. This made Hermione feel sad and self-reproachful. Goodbye, Mrs. Granger. Watching Sheeran's figure walking downstairs, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt in her heart. This child lived a hard life, yet had always been very well behaved and sensible. And precisely because he was so sensible, it made people's hearts ache for him. But the couple attached great importance to what the guest downstairs had said, so they had no choice but to wrong him for now. Goodbye, Mr. Granger. Sheeran greeted as he went downstairs, his gaze quietly falling upon another person in the living room. She was a stern-looking woman wearing square glasses, her pitch-black hair pinned into a tight bun, and draped in a dark green cloak. This must be Professor McGonagall, who is coming to admit Hermione, right? Based on his memories of Harry Potter, Sheeran deduced the identity of the person in front of him. Please wait a moment, Mr. Pruitt. Mr. Granger was somewhat embarrassed. Entertaining his daughter's friend like this was truly not his original intention. These sandwiches were made by Hermione, please don't mind them. Pruitt. McGonagall was slightly stunned. This surname was uncommon in the wizarding world, but in the Muggle world, it was merely an ordinary surname. There was nothing strange about that, there were plenty of people named Pruitt all over London. However, upon hearing this surname, Professor McGonagall suddenly thought of the Pruitt brothers who had sacrificed their lives in the Wizarding War. The Pruitt family was an ancient and well-respected pure-blood wizard family, and also a firm supporter of the Order of the Phoenix. Unfortunately, in the struggle against Lord Voldemort, the Pruitt surname had almost died out. Before marrying Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley was a member of the Pruitt family. McGonagall cast a slightly curious glance at Sheeran. Dark brown hair and eyes. It shouldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? Even though she thought this, McGonagall still stared intently at Sheeran. When he turned his head to look at her, McGonagall finally saw his full face. This brief glance made McGonagall's heartbeat skip a beat. The child's appearance actually bore a genuine resemblance to Fabian Pruitt. After bypassing several street corners, Sheeran skillfully took a shortcut and quickly returned to the orphanage where he lived. This orphanage was run by the kind Mrs. Hazel, who adopted several children with no relatives or family. Mrs. Hazel was a devout believer who had been doing charity work since her youth, and in her later years, she took out her own savings to open this orphanage. Due to its age, the paint on the orphanage walls was peeling off a bit. Oh, little Pruitt, you're back. Hungry, aren't you? Mrs. Hazel greeted Sheeran, turned around, and brought out half a bread roll from the room, which had a thin layer of pork floss on top. This could be considered a rare food in the orphanage. After all, Mrs. Hazel was old, coupled with limited savings and too many children, so the material conditions had always been poor. Usually, the pork floss on the bread would be scraped off and distributed to all the children. This is for you, eat up quickly. Mrs. Hazel blinked at him, with a hint of favoritism on her face. Although she had always been fair to all the children, she held a special favoritism solely for Sheeran. It was not only because this child always went out early and returned late to make money to subsidize the orphanage, but also because he was sensible and polite, always helping her take care of the other children. Sheeran did not refuse her kindness. After taking the bread, he said, "Thank you, Mrs. Hazel. This is £10 and 17 pence, which I earned from divination." Sheeran took out half of the money in his pocket, walked a few steps, turned back, and took out a sandwich. This is the sandwich given by Miss Granger. Remember to eat it. Where are James and Ginny and the others? They are all waiting for you in the dormitory. Watching Sheeran's departing back, Mrs. Hazel felt a bit heartbroken. This child was still so young, his thin shoulders could not yet support the old clothes on his body, but his heart shone like gold, always able to consider others. Thinking of Mr. Pruitt who ruthlessly abandoned him, Mrs. Hazel felt angry. How could anyone bear to abandon such a good child? Sheeran approached the dormitory door, and before he could push it open, the door opened automatically. The tall and fat James shouted aloud, "Sheeran is back." The 7 or 8 children in the dormitory immediately swarmed from the room to the door, yet stood very orderly on both sides so as not to block Sheeran's path. This is the sandwich given by Miss Granger. You guys share and eat it. Sheeran put down the sandwich in his hand. The children all looked at the sandwich in his hand, which was a rare delicacy for them. But none of them dared to scramble. They only swallowed their saliva while looking at the sandwich in Sheeran's hand, their gazes as if glued to these sandwiches. The tallest and fattest James picked up those sandwiches and carefully broke them apart, distributing a piece to everyone. He always did this kind of thing. Of course, the largest piece with the most fillings was left for Sheeran. The thin and small but bright-eyed Ginny did not rush to eat the sandwich, but instead poured a cup of water and handed it to Sheeran. You've worked hard setting up the stall, Sheeran. Thank you, Ginny, thank you, James. Eat up. Hearing Sheeran's words, the other children began to gobble up their food voraciously. James swallowed the sandwich in 2 bites, then used his tongue to scrape the residue in his teeth. Most children were like him. Ginny only ate half, saving the rest to eat with the orphanage's stale bread tomorrow. That way it was easier to swallow. We did a good job this time. We earned a lot of money. You guys split this money and buy whatever you want. Seeing them finish the sandwiches, Sheeran took out another £5 from his pocket and handed it to James to distribute. Mrs. Hazel doesn't know, right? Rest assured, Sheeran, we are all experienced at this now. That's good. Tell me about what happened on the street today. After eating the sandwich and getting the money, the other children instantly became much more energetic, reporting to Sheeran one by one about various news they had heard today. This was their daily fixed activity. It was a rule established by Sheeran. They were a team. Perhaps, could also be said to be a gang. The other children were responsible for running errands and sniffing out news, while Sheeran was responsible for making plans and dealing directly with the targets. The man today was their recent target. One day, Sheeran heard from the other children about his wife's infidelity, and using this as the core, lured the man to his divination stall, revealed the news to him in the name of divination, and gave him the idea to catch them in the act. Today the task was successful, which led to progress. After getting the money for the first time, these children all clamored to pull off a big job, but Sheeran held them down. Making a little money through small hassles was understandable, but if one lost their head over it and wanted to get rich overnight, they would probably drop dead first. After listening to today's news, Sheeran went to bed. A few days later, while Sheeran was still running his stall, he was called back by Ginny. I don't know what it is either, but Mrs. Hazel looked very anxious and made sure I brought you back, Ginny said. This gave Sheeran some vague guesses in his heart. Returning to the orphanage, from far away Sheeran saw Mrs. Hazel standing on tiptoe looking around with an anxious expression. Oh, you're finally back. Mrs. Hazel grabbed Sheeran's hand. There is a guest who wants to see you. Oh, a very important guest, Sheeran. You might have to go to school somewhere else. Go to school somewhere else. Hogwarts. While he was thinking, Mrs. Hazel had already pulled him into the house. Respected Professor McGonagall. This is little Pruitt. He is a good boy, really, especially good. Mrs. Hazel, perhaps due to excitement, appeared somewhat incoherent. He is a pitiful good boy. His mother was also a good person who used to come here to help, but she passed away from a serious illness a few years ago. That's why I adopted him. His father is. His father. Don't even mention that fool. I used to think he was a good man, but I didn't expect him to be a heartless scoundrel. After abandoning this mother and son, he never came back. Oh, I still can't forget his name. The usually gentle Mrs. Hazel trembled so much with anger that the white hair on her head shook, and she said in a terrifying tone, Fabian Pruitt. Hearing this name, Professor McGonagall was visibly stunned for a moment. Her gaze fell on Sheeran, and then she pulled it away as if touching a red-hot branding iron. You mean, this child's father is named Fabian Pruitt? Yes, yes. I remember he left 10 years ago, saying he had important things to attend to. And then he never came back. 10 years ago. 1981. Professor McGonagall clearly felt her heartbeat accelerate quite a bit, and a surging wave of emotions made her head feel somewhat swollen. She would never forget that year. Too many things happened that year, but she still deeply remembered one thing. The Pruitt brothers sacrificed their lives that very year. Could this be a coincidence? Mrs. Hazel, could you please allow me to speak with this child alone? Professor McGonagall spoke with difficulty, trying hard to make her voice sound calmer, but even she herself could hear that her voice was somewhat hoarse. Of course, Professor. This child is very smart, and I think he will make progress in his studies. You must accept him. Please. I will, Mrs. Hazel. There were only the two of them left in the room, which instantly became quiet. Sheeran Pruitt. Professor McGonagall muttered this name to herself in her heart. Ever since she saw this child at the Granger family's home, she had been a bit concerned. After all, this child indeed resembled the Pruitt brothers somewhat. In addition, she was surprised to find that on this year's enrollment list, there indeed was a child surnamed Pruitt. But was he really Fabian Pruitt's child? Why had she never heard of it before? The cluttered thoughts made Professor McGonagall dizzy, but all sorts of incredible coincidences had already made her believe it by 50 or 60% in her heart. Have some black tea, Professor McGonagall. I hope you don't mind, this is already the best black tea here. Sheeran poured a cup of tea and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Taking the black tea, Professor McGonagall only saw a murky tea soup. One could imagine that this so-called black tea was actually brewed from some rotten tea leaf crumbs. Thank you, child. Professor McGonagall took a sip of the black tea. Child, listen to me. The school you are going to is Hogwarts, which is a magic school, and you are a wizard. After introducing Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall showed him a little magic. Sheeran's face timely revealed an expression of astonishment. For him, this was something he had long expected, but he still had to put on an act. So, if you are willing, you can go to Hogwarts to learn magic. Sheeran frowned slightly, as if pondering something. What's wrong, child? Professor McGonagall asked. But Professor, I don't have money. Sheeran's words made Professor McGonagall's heart ache. Professor McGonagall glanced at the dilapidated scene around her, and her heart ached even more. The Pruitt brothers back then had donated almost all of their family property to the Order of the Phoenix to resist Lord Voldemort. This child should have grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, but now. Professor McGonagall suppressed the emotions in her heart and continued. Of course, Mr. Pruitt, you don't have to worry. Hogwarts has an education fund that can allow you to complete your studies. After finishing, she added another sentence, this money does not need to be repaid. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. So you agree? Sheeran showed a gentle smile and nodded. Professor McGonagall finally set her mind at ease, and her originally serious face unexpectedly revealed a trace of a smile. She shoved a letter into Sheeran's hand. This is your admission invitation. Originally it was supposed to be delivered a few days later, but I was too anxious, so I brought it to you. Today is already a bit late. Tomorrow I will take you to Diagon Alley to buy the things you need for school. Diagon Alley. Various shops kept Sheeran dazzled. His gaze darted back and forth across various quirky spellbooks, potion vials, owls, and unfamiliar potion ingredients. He only lingered on each item for a moment before being drawn to something even more novel. Although he had anticipated such a scene long ago, when seeing this magical world with his own eyes, Sheeran still felt immensely astonished. Child, this is the educational fund issued by Hogwarts. Perhaps you'll need to spend it sparingly. McGonagall handed a pouch of coins to Sheeran. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. This is already a lot of money for me. McGonagall knew in her heart that this money was actually only enough to maintain the bare minimum of expenses, or perhaps even tighter. She considered in her heart that she might be able to pitch in some money to help this child get a decent set of school supplies. The money saved this way could be set aside by him to improve his living conditions. But saying such words directly might be a bit too hurtful. Sheeran looked at the item list and asked, raising his head, Professor McGonagall, are there any second-hand shops where we can buy these things? Perhaps that could save some money. Child, perhaps I can help you. McGonagall held back these words in her heart, opened her mouth, but ultimately didn't say them out. After all, the child had already figured out a solution on his own. Although it was only a brief contact, McGonagall already knew that this gentle-looking child actually had a surprisingly stubborn streak deep down. Of course there are. But that requires a bit of discernment. I can teach you. Perhaps we need to have a temporary common sense lesson. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. The two strolled around Diagon Alley, searching for second-hand goods on the list. During this process, McGonagall would also explain common things in Diagon Alley to Sheeran. She found that Sheeran was actually very smart. He always listened attentively, occasionally asking questions when he didn't understand something, or perhaps expansively presenting his own thoughts. Regardless of whether this child was Fabian's child or not, McGonagall felt she liked him. Although the Pruitt brothers were both in Gryffindor, perhaps he will enter Ravenclaw house. McGonagall couldn't help thinking in her heart. Soon, the two bought most of the things on the list. These second-hand goods had flaws to varying degrees. Although after McGonagall's selection, the functions of these things were all intact, their appearance was a bit hard to compliment. The mouth of that cauldron had a small chip, and the material of the small crystal potion vial was also rather murky. Although the work robes and pointed hat had no patches, they were obviously worn out and ill-fitting, and the owl was also a bit listless. As for those books, the contents were complete, but the binding of some books had begun to fall apart. Anyway, they just looked ragged. However, this was all at Sheeran's own request. Compared to the appearance of the items, this child valued their practicality more. If McGonagall hadn't stopped him, Sheeran might have bought those sets of work robes that had many patches but were cheaper. The owl was not a necessity, it was a gift from McGonagall. Although hinting that he could choose a good one, the child still chose a listless owl in the end. For no other reason than that it was cheap. This made McGonagall feel somewhat guilty. And the last one, the wand. Sheeran checked the list. Child, you can't buy a second-hand wand. McGonagall took the item list and carefully confirmed it, and seeing that only the wand was indeed left, she led Sheeran toward Ollivander. Wands must be bought at Ollivander, they have been making fine wands since 382 BC. The two crossed a small path and came before the Ollivander wand shop, their line of sight first drawn by a tall figure. This figure was surprisingly tall, with a head of bushy hair and coarse, bristly beard, and his hands and feet were also surprisingly large, which made the boy beside him look like a ragdoll. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I really didn't expect to run into you here. The big fellow's voice was somewhat muffled. McGonagall also noticed them with his height, it was hard not to notice. Hagrid. What a coincidence. McGonagall's gaze was drawn to the boy beside Hagrid. It looks like you've got yourselves good wands. Yeah, this is an important task entrusted to me by Professor Dumbledore. When Hagrid spoke of the important task, he couldn't help humming softly, and being trusted by Dumbledore made him feel proud. Looking at the boy before him who was about his own age, wore round glasses, and had a petite build, Sheeran's gaze couldn't help but look toward his forehead. Probably everyone seeing Harry Potter for the first time would want to see the lightning scar on his forehead, right? Harry was also observing the somewhat pale boy in front of him, and seeing the ragged clothes on him, he thought that perhaps, like him, he had a less than stellar aunt. The two adults spoke, while the two children quietly watched each other. Galloping Gorgons. This boy looks so much like Fabian. Hagrid, noticing Sheeran, let out an exaggerated exclamation, the sound crashing into McGonagall's ears like a buzzing carriage. She quickly glanced at Sheeran, leaned closer to Hagrid, and asked hesitatingly, "You think he looks like Fabian too?" "Like. If you ask me, they are an exact match." Hagrid's dense beard twitched wildly, brushing his chest clean as a whistle like a broom. "What's your name, child?" "Sheeran Pruitt, sir." "Pruitt. Good heavens." Hagrid let out an exclamation, widened his eyes at McGonagall, and then suddenly lowered his voice, saying, "Professor McGonagall. Where did you find him? I've never heard of Fabian having a child. It's not certain yet." Although saying so, the look in McGonagall's eyes as she looked at Sheeran had already changed. "We need to go buy a wand. Hagrid, you take Harry back." Watching the receding backs of the two, Professor McGonagall was somewhat lost in thought until Sheeran called out to her. "Professor McGonagall, was my father, Fabian Pruitt, also a wizard? What kind of person was he? I don't have any impression of him at all. When Mrs. Hazel occasionally mentioned him, she always said he was a heartless man, but I don't think he was that kind of person." Sheeran looked up and gazed at McGonagall, his eyes showing just the right amount of sorrow, a smile mixed with the rough disguise of pain. Of course, this was just Sheeran's usual method. After all, a crying child gets fed. Sure enough, seeing Sheeran like this, McGonagall felt a pang of heartache. "No, child. Your father. Fabian, he was a great wizard. By no means an ungrateful person. He sacrificed himself to protect the wizarding world, in a resolute struggle against evil wizards. He and his brother faced 5 Death Eaters." McGonagall couldn't go on. No matter how those great achievements were described, it could not erase the harm this child had suffered. Sheeran lowered his head, pressing his lips tightly together, and after a good while, asked in a low voice, "Was my father brave?" "Without a doubt. He was a hero. Thank you for telling me about my father, Professor McGonagall. He was a brave man, and both my mother and I have forgiven him." McGonagall couldn't speak. A hero's child wore old and tattered clothes, and none of the school supplies he bought looked intact, yet even so, he held no resentment at all, only asking if his father was brave, only saying that he and his mother had forgiven him. Facing such a kind-hearted child, endless guilt surged in McGonagall's heart, piercing her heart like a small knife with every heartbeat. "Child, I'm a bit tired. Can I wait for you outside? Mr. Ollivander will help you find a wand that suits you." "Of course, Professor McGonagall." Sheeran smiled and walked into Ollivander's, and the moment he stepped inside, a small screen appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations on triggering chronic guilt. Description: you are not at fault. It is the world's fault. Everyone feels guilty toward you. Within the time limit 30 days, collect guilt value to redeem characteristic traits. Current guilt value 134. Currently redeemable characteristic traits. Spell inspiration. Little idiot. Can you understand these spells? It is easier to spark inspiration during the process of learning spells. Cost 200. Stealth and silence. Shish. No one is looking at you. Your presence is slightly reduced, making it less likely to attract attention. Cost 180. Alchemical hands. It's about to blow up. Do you want your hands are gold? The success rate of alchemy is slightly increased. Cost 200. Triggered another trait again. Sheeran stared at the virtual small screen in front of him and found that this time it was a time-limited exchange trait. Simply put, Sheeran needed to obtain guilt points from others within a specified time, and then use these guilt points to exchange for characteristic traits to permanently fix them. If he failed to accumulate enough guilt points or exchange any characteristic traits within the time limit, the task would be considered a failure. Although there was no penalty, naturally there would be no reward either. More work, more reward. No work, no reward. Sheeran felt it was quite fair. This anomaly appeared a few months ago. Sheeran still hasn't figured out the reason to this day, only knowing that some of his actions occasionally triggered traits. These traits were very random. Sometimes he had to choose one from multiple traits to become a fixed ability, and then upgrade the level by completing tasks. Just like silver-tongued. And there was another kind, just like the one in front of him, completing tasks to get rewards, and then using the rewards to exchange for the traits he wanted. He glanced briefly and found that his current guilt points couldn't even afford the cheapest trait, so he didn't pay much attention to it and strolled into Ollivander Wand shop. The shop was very dim. As soon as he stepped through the door, what he saw facing him were countless narrow boxes piled almost up to the ceiling, inside of which should be wands. Professor McGonagall rested against the wall outside the shop for a long time before she barely managed to steady her emotions. Even with her calm and serious temperament, facing the various impacts just now, her mind inevitably surged with emotions. She turned her head to look into the shop and saw Mr. Ollivander selecting a wand for Sheeran. He seemed to have run into some trouble, making Sheeran try several wands in a row, none of which were suitable. Fussy, fussy. Mr. Ollivander muttered to himself as if no one else was around. How marvelous, to encounter two fussy customers in a single day. This is the first time I've run into this in all these years. Oh, try this one, 12 inches long, and the texture is very rigid. Come on, give it a try. After quite a while, Sheeran finally walked out of Ollivander Wand shop. You certainly took quite some time. McGonagall's gaze fell on the wand in Sheeran's hand. It certainly looks like a good wand. Yes, Professor McGonagall. 12 inches, ebony, dragon heartstring core. Mr. Ollivander said it's best to be careful when using it. Then you must study hard to master this wand. I will, Professor. Very good, very good. I can't wait to see you wave it. But for now, you'd better put it away first. McGonagall patted Sheeran on the shoulder. Hogwarts term starts on September 1st. Remember to go to King's Cross Station and board the train at platform 9 3/4. Oh, right, besides Mrs. Hazel, don't reveal anything about Hogwarts to anyone. McGonagall gave a stern warning. After sending Sheeran back to the orphanage, McGonagall returned to Hogwarts. Days of investigation and rushing around made her slightly tired, but her expression grew even more stern. Sheeran's last name, Mrs. Hazel's evaluation of Fabian Pruitt, Hagrid's exclamation. These thoughts swirled and collided repeatedly in her mind, as if desperately trying to verify a certain fact. But after the thoughts intertwined for a long time, she still couldn't reach a final conclusion, which instead gave her a slight headache. McGonagall vaguely felt that she had almost touched upon the truth, but was always missing the final step. Perhaps I should write a letter to Mrs. Weasley and ask if Fabian used to date a Muggle girlfriend. This was the best method she could think of at the moment. Molly Weasley, née Molly Pruitt, was the biological younger sister of Fabian Pruitt. From a blood relationship perspective, she ought to be Sheeran's aunt. Perhaps she would know some past events about Fabian. Having made up her mind, McGonagall waved her wand. The quill on the desk moved automatically, writing a short letter on the stationery according to her will. After writing it, McGonagall handed the letter to the owl, instructing it to deliver it to the burrow. Watching the direction of the owl leaving in the distance, McGonagall fell into deep thought. Sheeran returned to the orphanage and was studying the things he had just bought back. Although these things looked shabby, they were all novel gadgets to him. After fiddling with them for a while, he opened the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, which was a must-buy textbook for enrollment, preparing to study it. This enrollment textbook recorded some simple and practical minor spells. But before he could look closely, he heard someone calling him from outside. Sheeran, Miss Granger is here to see you. Packing his things, Sheeran walked out of the dormitory. Sure enough, he saw Hermione standing outside the orphanage door, stretching her head to look inside. Seeing him come out, she raised her arm high and waved at him. Sheeran, over here. Sheeran jogged all the way to Hermione and asked, "Why are you here?" "I want to apologize to you for last time. We had agreed to treat you to dinner, but it doesn't matter, your studies are more important. And I have to thank you for your sandwich, it tasted really good." Hearing him say this, the little girl felt even more guilty. Sheeran always thought of others like this. He was simply too kind. "Oh, sir. I admire your linguistic art. Guild points plus 17. Sheeran looked at the chattering screen floating in front of him, somewhat surprised. He just wanted to comfort the little girl in front of him. What was wrong with him? It was all the world's fault. Besides apologizing, I also want to invite you to my house for cake. My mom and dad aren't home today, so we can eat a bit more. You know, they always wouldn't let me eat too much before. Every time they said, pay attention to your teeth. In their view, it seemed like everything in the world could be related to teeth. Hermione finished speaking in one breath and looked nervously into Sheeran's eyes. Would you like to go? Of course, thank you, Hermione. Perhaps because Sheeran agreed, or perhaps because under her repeated emphasis, he finally stopped calling her Miss Granger. The little girl showed a brilliant smile. Then let's hurry up and go. Granger family. It seemed that before Hermione went to find Sheeran, she must have just cleaned the house. Therefore, both the living room and the kitchen appeared exceptionally clean. The slight afternoon sunlight filtered through the window screens, spreading into the house and illuminating the room brightly. Sit wherever you want, I will go get the cake. Thank you. Hermione carried 2 plates out from the kitchen, each with a large piece of cake on it. Obviously, they had been prepared long ago. After all, from the time she entered the kitchen until she came out, it was not even a minute. Hurry and try it. Hermione handed a spoon to Sheeran with an expectant look on her face. Sheeran did not rush to eat, but stared at the irregularly shaped cake on the plate for a moment. What's wrong? Hermione was a bit nervous, thinking to herself that he wouldn't figure something out, would he? It is nothing. Sheeran smiled and shook his head, then I will not stand on ceremony. He scooped a piece of cake with a spoon, put it into his mouth, savored it carefully, and nodded in praise, the taste is really good. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Sheeran immediately followed up by saying, however, was this cake made by you, Hermione? How did you know? Hermione opened her eyes wide in some surprise. Was it really made too ugly after all? The taste is not that sweet. I know you do not like overly sweet desserts, so I specially reduced the sweetness for this one. Does that mean it was specially made for me? Shirin was very happy. The young girl was a little shy, turned her head away, and stubbornly said, I just made it casually yesterday when I was helping my mother make a cake, just for practice. She said a great deal, but simply did not deny it. All right, hurry and eat, there are many fillings inside. All right, you eat too. The two of them chatted while eating, and time passed very quickly. The sunlight that was originally on the living room floor had already moved onto the wall. Thinking that she was about to go to Hogwarts for school, even though she had just eaten sweets, Hermione's mood became somewhat gloomy. She held the spoon with her fingers, unconsciously tracing patterns on the plate, and deliberated before speaking. Shirin, I am going to school soon, to a very far place. After this, we might rarely see each other. Speaking up to this point, Hermione's voice suddenly raised a lot, as if bolstering her own courage as she said, however, as soon as the holidays arrive, I will come back to see you. When she spoke the last syllable, Hermione's voice had become almost inaudible. They could have originally gone to the same school, been classmates for several more years, played together during holidays, studied together, and eaten small cakes together like this on a quiet afternoon. But now, all of this was disrupted by the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. When receiving this news, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were all shocked. However, the difference was that Mr. and Mrs. Granger were surprised that their daughter actually had the potential to become a wizard. As for Hermione, she was saddened that she was going to part ways with Shirin. She even once had the thought of not going to Hogwarts, but in the end, under her parents' excitement, she suppressed this thought. I will not forget you. We will see each other again during the holidays, we will always be good friends. Hermione always heard such words. Before every holiday in elementary school, many classmates would say this. But most of the time, once the holidays arrived, the classmates seemed to have disappeared. After the holidays ended, many relationships changed quietly. Good friends like her and Shirin maintaining it for so many years were quite rare. It is all right, Hermione. I think we will definitely see each other again soon. Yes, Christmas is coming soon. Hermione felt that he was comforting her, and felt guilty because she kept things hidden from her good friend, which even made her feel somewhat self-blaming. Guilt. Guilt value plus 26. This rises too. Shirin's expression became somewhat strange. However, he did not plan to tell Hermione directly that he would go to Hogwarts together with her. From Hermione's perspective, he did not know she would go to Hogwarts. She probably also received a warning from Professor McGonagall not to reveal matters about Hogwarts to others. Furthermore, there were only a few days left until September 1st, so it would be fine to give her a surprise then. By the time the two finished eating the cake, it was almost evening. Goodbye, Hermione. I will walk you out. Today was a surprisingly clear day. London's thick fog this year seemed to be pushed aside by a giant hand, revealing the long unseen sky. The thin setting sun burst forth from between the white clouds, falling like fine gauze onto the two of them. The street was quiet, with only the occasional sound of insects chirping. Shirin, do not forget me. Hermione choked out. Rest assured. Goodbye, Hermione. Shirin reached out his hand wanting to shake hands to say goodbye, but Hermione suddenly hugged him, performing a cheek kiss greeting with tear-stained cheeks. This made him feel somewhat at a loss. Goodbye, Shirin. Goodbye. Do not cry, Hermione. We will see each other again soon. Shirin hugged her, gently patted her back with one hand, and comforted her for quite a while before the two reluctantly parted ways. Even though Shirin had already left, Hermione still stood at the doorway, gazing at his retreating figure for a long time. After she left, Shirin would probably always be alone, right? He was so kind, would someone bully him, would he go hungry? Hermione looked at Shirin's thin retreating figure, feeling even more guilty. Right at this moment, Shirin suddenly turned around, smiling and waving at her. Although he did not say anything, Hermione knew his meaning was to let her not be sad. Could guilt actually spread? Guilt value plus 40. Looking at the prompt box in front of him, Sheeran couldn't help but fall silent. Hermione, I really did not mean to. Although somewhat surprised, Sheeran still silently calculated in his heart the accumulated guilt value. 217, enough to redeem a trade entry. Currently available entries for redemption are 3, respectively: Spell Inspiration, Vanishing, Hand of Alchemy. Vanishing, although cheaper, had effects leaning toward stealth properties, making its cost-performance ratio not high for him at present. Spell Inspiration and Hand of Alchemy were both good entries, and he was interested in both of them. But as far as the present was concerned, it was only enough to redeem one. Sheeran weighed it for a while in his heart. Hand of Alchemy was also good, but he currently lacked alchemy materials, and could not use it immediately after redeeming this entry. Spell Inspiration was different. He currently had a copy of Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 inch in his hands, and could use it immediately. Furthermore, the frequency of spell usage was also higher than alchemy. Thinking of this, the answer was already ready to come out. Sheeran did not hesitate, and decisively chose Spell Inspiration. Congratulations on unlocking Spell Inspiration. Spell Inspiration. Level 1, 1/100th. Description. Little dummy, can you understand these spells? Effect. During the process of learning spells, it is easier to burst with inspiration. After the entry was unlocked, Sheeran suddenly felt a burst of clarity in his brain. His perception of the surrounding world became much sharper. He had a premonition that going to learn spells with this feeling would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. This made him eager to try. Go back and study spells right now. Sheeran does not like noise. Therefore, ever since he turned 10, he no longer lived in the dormitory with James, Ginny, and the others. Mrs. Hazel gave him the dusty attic, letting him tidy it up and live in it himself. Of course, tidying up an attic like that did not require him to do it personally. After all, the other children were more than willing to serve him. He walked all the way back to the attic, tidied up the things he bought from Diagon Alley, and fished out the spell book. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. This book was written by Miranda Goshawk and was a required textbook for Hogwarts first-year students before enrollment, recording some simple and practical spells. For example, minor spells such as Alohomora, Incendio, Lumos, Reparo, and the Levitation Charm. Magic itself was a word full of fantasy and energy, so it inherently possessed a huge attraction. As soon as Sheeran opened the spell book, he read it with great relish. Under the blessing of the trait entry, Spell Inspiration, he learned these simple spells very quickly. Theory guides practice. After writing down the incantations and key points of these spells, Sheeran took out his wand, preparing to practice them. Wands were extremely important to wizards, and could even be said to be a wizard's second life. Even the most brilliant wizards found it difficult to use someone else's wand skillfully, which was also the reason why McGonagall said, "Wands don't come secondhand." Aside from a certain family with too many poor children and Neville Longbottom who did so to commemorate his father, very few wizarding families would pass down wands. The wand in Sheeran's hand was made of ebony, 12 inches long, with a dragon heartstring core, and was extremely rigid overall. Ollivander searched for a long time before pulling this wand out from a position close to the ceiling. In his words, this wand was very bizarre. Its appearance was quiet, looking pitch black and steady, but once it started casting spells, it would erupt with extremely strong power. He was somewhat surprised that Sheeran, a little fellow who looked somewhat frail and pale-faced, could actually be chosen by this wand. In the end, Ollivander could only urge him to use it well. For safety's sake, Sheeran first tried some non-dangerous spells, such as Lumos and Reparo. Therefore, over the next few days, the attic where Sheeran lived always flickered with luminescent light, and the sound of breaking things always echoed. You have completed a spell learning session. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. James, how many things did you collect? Not much. A few radios, a broken iron. Oh, and a broken television. What about you? Ginny and I went and collected quite a few broken toys. These things are quite valuable and easy to sell. Clever Ginny. Several children from the orphanage moved some junk they had acquired at ultra-low prices up to the attic where Sheeran lived. Sheeran hadn't been doing divination lately. Instead, he had them take money to go from street to acquire broken things. Radios, irons, televisions, toys, and even ragged clothes. When these things were brought back, they were all tattered and completely unusable, but on the second day after being moved to the attic, they would become as bright as new. They would then take these things out to sell, and the prices were much cheaper than in the stores, so they never had to worry about finding buyers. In just a few short days, they made a fortune. James directed people to move the brand new items down from the attic, and walked over to Sheeran himself. Sheeran, this is the money earned these past few days. You keep it. This money will be entrusted to your care. Remember to take half out for Mrs. Hazel and let her buy more bread for you all. As for the rest, you and Ginny each take 1/5, and the others split the money based on their effort. Just like I taught you. Yes. Right. Don't give them all the money at once. Distribute it slowly. Understood. Sheeran, will you come back? Tall and chubby James, who was not good with words, asked hesitatingly. Rest assured, James. I will come back, Sheeran said. Upon getting this answer, James let out a sigh of relief, scratched his head honestly, and went downstairs. Ever since Sheeran learned reparo, he thought of the money-making method of collecting things to repair and then resell them. According to common sense, this did not comply with school rules. But, after all, he hadn't officially enrolled yet, so school rules couldn't control him. Moreover, he acted covertly, carrying out small-scale startups only in the nearby few neighborhoods, so it temporarily didn't attract much attention. The clever Ginny had been waiting under the attic for a long time. Seeing James come down, his gaze swiftly glanced at the money in James's hand, and a trace of greed flashed secretly and rapidly in his pupils. How is it? Sheeran said he will come back. Hearing these words, Ginny glanced at the attic and suppressed the trace of a thought that had welled up in his heart. Not to mention Sheeran was still here, even if he truly left. As long as he was coming back, Ginny wouldn't dare pull any tricks. In Ginny's view, James was just a stubborn blockhead, physically strong and brainless, while the other children were fools who understood nothing and only knew how to eat, drink, and defecate. And as for himself, he was a rare smart person. As for Sheeran, he was an unfathomable monster. He still remembered the scene of his first time seeing this fellow. Although handsome in appearance, he looked frail and weak, and he had thought to himself at the time, another fool. Yet this very fool used merely half a month to break his hegemony in the orphanage. Not only did he make James his loyal follower, but he also turned all the other children against him. However, Ginny had to admit that Sheeran was indeed formidable. When he established absolute prestige in the orphanage, he did not monopolize the already scarce supplies, but instead improved everyone's living conditions by making more money, which forced even Ginny to be won over by him. After all, no one would argue with money. The burrow. Molly Weasley waved her wand, causing the freshly chopped ingredients to automatically jump into the pot, while shouting loudly upstairs. Arthur, Percy, Fred, George, Ginny, Ronald. Hurry up and get up. Today is school opening day, after all. Fred and George scratched their heads in unison, and hesitated for a moment when walking side by side to the door. Who went out first last time? Forgot. Then I'll go first. Why does this sound like it has been said before? No, this time it's my turn to go first. Ron looked at his equally dazed dad, yawned, and said, anyone who didn't know would think you were also mom's child. Oh, of course I am also your mom's baby. Please, Dad, my teeth are so sour. Fred and George said in unison. Percy touched his chin in front of a mirror. After all, he was a prefect and had to maintain a prefect's demeanor. Ginny leaned her head sideways against the door, thinking to herself that since she didn't have to go to school, why did she have to wake up so early either? The big family noisily sat down beside the dining table. Arthur ate his sandwich while reading the Daily Prophet. Fred and George teased Ron, who was sighing at his older brother's hand-me-down school supplies, and then mimicked Percy touching his chin together, saying in a weird manner, call me Prefect Percy. The youngest Ginny was combing her own hair. Breakfast was served. Before everyone had time to eat anything, they saw an owl bang into the window with a thud. Maybe Errol wanted to eat breakfast too. Percy muttered somewhat helplessly, stood up to take the letter, and glanced at the envelope. Mom, it's for you. Molly wiped her hands, took the letter, and glanced at it. Hogwarts letter. Isn't school not starting yet? Molly opened the envelope somewhat strangely, first scanning the signature, Minerva McGonagall. This made her even more puzzled. George, Fred, did two of you cause trouble at school? Which one are you talking about, Mom? Fred and George said in unison. Molly glared at the two of them and began reading the contents of the letter. Apart from the opening remarks and pleasantries, the most important information in the letter was asking her whether her older brother Fabian Pruitt had dated a Muggle girlfriend more than 10 years ago. This question was quite strange. Because Professor McGonagall did not ask whether there was one, but whether it was so. Compared to the vague former, it looked more like a verification attempt after having grasped some information but remaining uncertain. However, why would Professor McGonagall inquire about this matter after a lapse of 10 full years? She was not someone who would casually pry into other people's privacy. Let alone such privacy of a deceased person. This was too abnormal. If possible, Molly didn't want to recall 10 years ago at all. To her, that was simply a nightmare. Her two older brothers died in the war, and without leaving descendants, this caused the Pruitt family name to be almost severed. Every time she thought of this matter, her heart ached terribly. What's wrong, Mom? You're crying. It's nothing, the wind indoors is too big. Where would there be wind indoors? All right, eat quickly. You all still need to go to the station shortly, and you mustn't be late on the first day of school. Molly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, put the letter away, ready to deal with it after sending the children to school, yet the contents on the letter still lingered in her heart for a long time. It couldn't be that her brother had dated a girlfriend back then and left behind a child, right? She thought. King's Cross Station. On the faces of pedestrians wearing all sorts of clothing hung a uniform, hurried expression. After sending Harry and Ron off, Molly was about to take Ginny through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 to see the children off on the platform when she turned her head and saw a thin boy pushing a trolley coming over. Judging by the things on the trolley, he was presumably a Hogwarts student as well. Furthermore, for some reason, the moment Molly saw this child, she felt her heart stirred by him, so she took the initiative to ask. Child, are you also looking for platform 9 3/4? Yes, madam. Sheeran smiled gently. Oh, come this way. Molly made way with Ginny, her eyes carefully sizing up the child. His dark brown to near black hair and eyes showed a hint of gold under the faint sunlight, and his build was slender with ill-fitting clothes. It could be guessed that his life was not very wealthy. But for some reason, this child's face always gave her a familiar and endearing feeling. This feeling made no sense at all. Although not violent, it was very tenacious, seeming to grow from deep within her bloodline. Once it appeared, it was like taking root, lingering in her heart and refusing to dissipate. This made Molly quite puzzled. Why would she have this feeling toward a child she had never met before? Don't worry, run straight ahead, that's very important. If you're scared, just break into a trot. Molly pointed at the barrier and said. Thank you, madam. Looking at the slightly plump woman with a little girl before him, Sheeran gradually realized. She was probably Molly Weasley. Fortunately, it was at King's Cross Station and also the start of term, making this plot node very clear, otherwise Sheeran wouldn't have recognized Molly. Genealogically speaking, Molly should be Sheeran's aunt. But from a social perspective, Sheeran had never met this aunt of his, nor could he recognize her in the vast sea of people, then walk up and state his surname for a touching station, family reunion. Therefore, Sheeran simply gave a polite thank you, pushed his cart at a trot, and prepared to pass through the barrier. Looking at Sheeran's face, the more Molly looked, the more familiar it felt, and a nearly absurd thought suddenly jumped into her mind. This child looked so much like her older brother Fabian. Molly shook her head, seemingly wanting to banish this absurd notion from her mind, but it was no use. The more she resisted, the stronger this thought became, until it occupied all her mind. This made her ask impulsively. Child, what is your name? Shirin Pruitt. Madam. Shirin turned back and bowed slightly to show respect, and after speaking, passed through the barrier. Pruitt. Pruitt. The moment this surname, deeply engraved in Molly's heart, popped out of Shirin's mouth, it turned into a steaming, derailed train, impacting her mind with a terrifying force. It left her standing there in a daze. How could it be Pruitt? Although this surname was not uncommon throughout London, wizards with the surname Pruitt were far too few. This child looked like a Hogwarts first year, so his age was probably around 11. Didn't this coincide with the time of Fabian's death? Coupled with the face that Shirin made her feel familiar with in Professor McGonagall's letter. All the information integrated together, and then suddenly exploded in Molly's heart. A bold idea forcefully jumped out from Molly's heart. Could he be her brother's child? Her own nephew? Molly stood in a daze for quite a while before reacting that she needed to find Shirin. As long as she found him and asked his father's name, wouldn't she know? Ginny, hurry up. Molly took Ginny's hand, quickly passed through the barrier, and came to platform 9 3/4. She widened her eyes, her gaze rapidly darting through the crowd, wanting to find that figure, but after looking for a while, she found nothing. She couldn't help thinking, if Shirin really was her nephew, wouldn't the Pruitt family have descendants? This thought made her feel incomparably happy, but soon it turned into bitterness and guilt. Seeing that the clothes on this child and the school supplies he bought were even worse than Ron's, she knew his life was probably very unsatisfactory. As an aunt, she actually let this child suffer so much hardship, and for so many years she didn't even know of his existence at all, and even never fulfilled a shred of responsibility as an aunt. Thinking of the gentle smile and polite demeanor on Shirin's face, Molly felt even more guilty. This child was still so young, yet so gentle and polite. It was truly rare, and he must have suffered a lot of unknown hardships. Thinking of this, Molly felt even more guilty inside. I don't understand, why do you always make women feel guilty? Guilt value plus 190. Shirin was dumbfounded. Didn't he just state a name? He hadn't gone up to her to acknowledge relationship, claiming to be her nephew, and then weeping snot and tears about his tragic experiences either. How could she feel guilty to this extent? Shortly after he was born, Fabian sacrificed himself. Although Molly was his aunt, she didn't know of his existence at all, nor had she ever seen him, so even if his life wasn't good, she didn't need to take the blame upon herself and feel guilty for it. After thinking for a moment, Shirin shook his head helplessly. The only explanation was that Molly was inherently a kind and gentle person. Her brother's sacrifice and the extinction of the family surname both made her feel heartbroken. These emotions were like aged, bitter wine, becoming increasingly heavy across the span of 10 years. And Shirin's appearance gave these emotions a vent, and the intense emotions accumulated over many years were all fed back onto Shirin, transforming into guilt. Understanding the cause and effect, Shirin prepared to board the train. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with passengers, and the red steam train was docked near the platform. Passengers of all sizes filed slowly into the train like ants entering a nest. Looking at the sign hanging on the train that read, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock, Shirin felt his heart surge. Who hadn't fantasized about this moment? At the most wretched and unlucky moment of one's life, suddenly a door leading to a distant place opened for you, shattering all your trivial life, terrible interpersonal relationships, and hopeless future prospects. Then telling you, we don't have enough time left, are you still going to continue participating in these boring activities? Then reaching out a hand, pulling you out of your unchanging mire of life, and revealing a breathtaking world you had never seen before and another way of life without reservation right before your eyes. Who could not be fascinated by this? Shirin let out a long breath and took this step. Home was behind him, and the world was right before his eyes. Carrying her luggage, Hermione squeezed through the crowd, only to find that the first few carriages were already full of students. With no other choice, she walked towards the back of the train with her luggage again. Along the way, she saw cats of various colors darting back and forth beneath people's feet. The buzzing of the crowd and the hooting of owls blended together, irritatingly noisy. After squeezing for quite a while, Hermione finally found a compartment with hardly anyone around, and she somewhat laboriously moved her trunk towards the carriage door. Arriving at the carriage door, Hermione wanted to lift the trunk onto the step, but as soon as she lifted it, she felt it was too heavy and almost dropped it from her hands to smash onto her own foot. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and a hand abruptly reached out and steadied the trunk. Thank you. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her thanks. You're welcome, Hermione. Hearing that familiar voice, Hermione's body stiffened, thinking to herself, could it be that she missed Sheeran too much? How could she possibly be hearing his voice here? As if to verify her guess, Sheeran's voice rang out once again. Let me help you. Sheeran. Why are you here? Hearing that extremely familiar voice once more, Hermione was certain she hadn't heard wrong. She whirled around and, upon seeing Sheeran, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. Never in her wildest dreams would she have expected to run into Sheeran here. Aren't all the students here from Hogwarts? How did he come here? Could it be that he is also a first-year student? Countless questions swirled in Hermione's mind, but for a moment she couldn't find a place to start. She could only keep her mouth wide open, looking at Sheeran in utter shock. We can talk later. Let's get our things inside first, we're blocking other people from boarding the train here. Oh, right. In a daze, Hermione shifted the handle of her trunk over a little bit, and together with Sheeran, they moved the things into the carriage. To be honest, Hermione's trunk was certainly not light, and coupled with the luggage racks being a bit high for children of their age, getting things up onto the rack was no easy task. Seeing Hermione troubled, Sheeran pulled out his wand, gave it a flick, and cast a levitation charm. The trunk on the ground floated up as if lifted by a pair of invisible giant hands, resting obediently on the luggage rack. The young wizards passing by stared in utter amazement, their gazes toward Sheeran becoming much more respectful. They figured Sheeran might just be an older student who looked young. To be able to use a spell so skillfully, surely he couldn't be a first-year student, right? Sheeran, have you already learned the levitation charm? Hermione looked at the luggage, and her mouth, which she had managed to close with difficulty, opened up again. I tried a few spells at home myself, but unfortunately only Lumos and Reparo succeeded. I tried the levitation charm, but could only barely make a feather float. To think you can make such a heavy item float. How on earth did you manage that? If you also received an admission letter, you should have told me earlier. I thought I wouldn't be seeing you for a long time. Oh, you didn't know I received an admission letter to Hogwarts. Sorry, I didn't tell you before. Once her curiosity and desire for knowledge were stirred up, her words became as long as Merlin's beard. Let's find a place to sit and talk slowly. Sheeran was already quite used to this side of Hermione. I only found out when Professor McGonagall came to look for me. I really never expected that the distant school you mentioned referred to Hogwarts. It seems we can be classmates again, then. Clearly so. Sheeran turned back, smiled at Hermione, pulled open the door, and made a gesture of invitation. But after Hermione glanced inside, she didn't go in immediately, instead fiddling with her hair. You sit first, Sheeran. All right. Though a bit strange, Sheeran didn't decline and sat down by the window. Hermione's expressive eyes quietly swept across the opposite side of Sheeran. Sheeran, can you explain the key points of the levitation charm to me? As she spoke, the young girl naturally sat down right beside Sheeran, pressing closely against him, as if the opposite side were already full of people. Of course, when casting the levitation charm, you must pay attention to the gestures and pitch. In fact, with Hermione's level of intelligence, a small spell of this degree only required practicing a few more times. She was simply taking advantage of this opportunity to sit by Sheeran and stay a little longer. When you have time later, just practice more. Ah. Sheeran said, unable to hold back a yawn. He had been reading books and practicing spells these past few days, and now sitting on the train's soft cushions, with warm sunlight streaming in through the window, he truly felt a bit sleepy. Are you sleepy? Have a rest then, Hermione said. All right. Sheeran leaned against the back of the chair, and smoothly tilted his head toward Hermione's side, resting it on her shoulder. In truth, he wasn't sleepy to that extent, but men will be men, what's wrong with having a little scheme? The young girl turned her head somewhat stiffly, glancing out of the corner of her eye at Sheeran, who had closed his eyes. The corners of Hermione's mouth curved up unconsciously, but she hurriedly covered them with her hand. She looked outside, and finding that no one was paying attention here, she finally set her mind at ease and picked up a book to read. Sheeran wasn't actually sleeping. Instead, he brought up the panel in his mind and checked the guilt points he had just acquired. The guilt points accumulated previously had been largely used up after exchanging for spell inspiration, but he had gained quite a few more at the station just now, enough for him to exchange for another trade entry. Upon seeing the panel, Sheeran was surprised to find that the exchangeable trait entries had refreshed. Constantly feeling guilty. Description. You are not wrong. It's the world's fault. Everyone feels guilty towards you. Within the time limit 1 day remaining, collect guilt points to exchange for characteristic entries. Current guilt points. 207. The currently exchangeable trait entries have refreshed. Muffled concealment. Shish. No one is looking at you. Your sense of presence is slightly lowered, making it less likely to draw attention. Cost. 180. Potion Genius. There is no such thing as a genius. I simply used the time others spent drinking coffee to practice potion making. Easier to spark inspiration when making potions, and the chance of producing perfect quality potions is slightly increased. Cost. 200. Potion Dependence. Potions are here. Give them to me quickly. Glug glug glug. Stronger resistance to the side effects of potions. Cost. 190. TCH. Has this concealment and vanishing become a permanent fixture? Why is it still here after refreshing? In fact, this entry is not entirely useless. When wandering around the campus unable to sleep in the middle of the night, violating school rules, this entry would be of great use when avoiding the caretaker. But right now, there was clearly a better choice right before his eyes. Between Potion Genius and Potion Dependence, Sheeran chose Potion Genius without hesitation. He didn't need to play the role of Shenong right now, and wasn't in a rush to increase potion negative resistance. The corridor was still somewhat noisy, with students jostling back and forth and various sounds mixed together. Sorry. I wanted to ask, see, can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. A round-faced boy cautiously pulled open the door, poked his head half out, and asked rather sheepishly. Shish. Sit down. Hermione put her finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it down so as not to wake Sheeran, and then motioned for him to sit opposite. Oh, thanks. Neville carefully pulled the door open more than halfway, tiptoed his body through the open door crack, and silently sat down opposite Sheeran. He cautiously observed his two classmates, and seeing Sheeran resting on Hermione's shoulder, thought to himself that the relationship between these two must be very good. He thought that he should introduce himself. But Hermione had just reminded him not to wake up the boy who was sleeping, which left him somewhat at a loss, his palms rubbing continuously against his robes. Just as Neville was hesitating whether to speak up, the boy opposite him slowly opened his eyes. Sheeran opened his eyes and saw a round-faced boy sitting in front of him, feeling a bit familiar. Hello, my name is Sheeran Pruitt, what's your name? Hearing Sheeran take the initiative to speak to him, Neville let out a sigh of relief. Just now, because Sheeran had been sleeping, Neville was afraid of waking him up and didn't dare to speak. He had been holding it in for quite a while, and now he finally found a chance to catch his breath. Hello, my name is Neville Longbottom. I have always lived with my grandmother, and I hope I haven't disturbed you. As Neville spoke, he wiped his palms on his clothes and extended his hand in front of Sheeran, seemingly wanting to shake hands. Sheeran straightened his posture, extended his hand to shake his, and felt a bit surprised inside. He didn't expect that after waking up, the Gryffindor Sword Saint would be right in front of him. Who is this? Hermione Granger. After the three of them exchanged greetings, they fell silent. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became a bit dull. Fortunately, a smiling, dimpled woman pushed open the compartment door and asked, "Dear, would you like to buy any food on the train? Please give us some chocolate frogs." Feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, Neville hurriedly took out money to buy some things to divert his embarrassment. Please eat together. Neville held a handful of chocolate frogs and handed them to Sheeran and Hermione. Thank you, Neville. After thanking him, the two of them took some each, and then bought some things themselves. Hermione bought some licorice wands, while Sheeran bought 3 pumpkin pasties. He bought pumpkin pasties purely because they looked thick and more filling. After all, this kind of old-fashioned train wouldn't arrive at Hogwarts until evening. The steam train clattered as it sped along fields full of cattle and sheep, quickly passing through a vast expanse of fields and pastures, and plunging into a fir forest. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves flickered and beat against the carriage windows, making the carriage appear somewhat mottled with light and shadow. The three of them put their things together and shared them. Eating and chatting, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Sheeran glanced at the toad Neville tucked in his pocket and gave a reminder. Remember our 101 reading website. Mr. Longbottom, you had better watch your toad. In his impression, Neville's toad Trevor was a freedom-loving toad who always wanted to escape from its master to explore the world. Sheeran even suspected, on some level, whether Trevor represented Neville's courage. From the very beginning, did it hint that Neville's courage was extraordinary. After all, as a toad, it was far too brave. Are you talking about Trevor? Oh, he was given to me by my great-uncle Algy. When I received my Hogwarts letter, he was so happy he bought me one, because they always thought my magic power wasn't strong enough to get into Hogwarts. Actually, before my magical outburst, they always thought I was a muggle. But actually it's about the same, because I haven't learned a single spell yet. Neville closed the carriage door tightly before pulling Trevor out of his pocket to let him get some fresh air. What about you guys? Do you also come from wizarding families? No, Hermione shook her head, neither of my parents are wizards. When I received my Hogwarts letter, they were terrified. Speaking of this, Hermione turned to look at Sheeran, remembering that it was that day he was invited to her house for dinner. Sheeran took the Dumbledore card he had unwrapped, held it in his hand, and looked at it. My mother is a muggle, and my father is a wizard. Just as the three of them were talking, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside. A few students swaggeringly pushed the people blocking their way aside. Get out of the way, scum. How could you? You get lost too, you filthy mudblood. The sound insulation of the Hogwarts Express carriage wasn't very good, and their voices were clearly transmitted inside. Hearing the words outside, Hermione frowned slightly. What is a mudblood? It's just when both parents are. Just as Neville was about to explain, Sheeran interrupted him. This is a derogatory term for wizarding bloodlines, and also a bad habit. Polite people would not say things like that. But don't worry, I think Hogwarts will not use bloodline as a standard to judge whether a student is excellent or not. Wizards like them will probably be sorted into Slytherin. Sensibly, Neville did not continue the previous topic. My grandmother says that almost all those bad wizards are students of Slytherin. I might go to Hufflepuff. Although my parents are both Gryffindors, my grandmother always says I don't match my parents and I'm too timid. Students in Hufflepuff are relatively cheerful and friendly, and perhaps they will tolerate me. After the three of them became familiar with each other, Neville talked a lot more. At the end, he added listlessly, but some people say that Hufflepuff students are all duffers. Actually, there's nothing wrong with Hufflepuff. The students in this house are very hardworking, friendly, loyal, and fair. As for being duffers, it's definitely a rumor. They must be jealous that the Hufflepuff common room is close to the kitchen. Sheeran made a joke to ease the atmosphere. Thank you, Sheeran. Hearing you say that, I feel much better, Neville said earnestly. Hermione turned her head to look at Sheeran in some surprise, thinking that he actually knew so many things, and she must study harder so as not to be left behind by him. Sheeran restrained his expression and showed a business-like, gentle smile. If you are nervous about this, I can do a divination for you. As for the fee, 3 silver sickles will do. Ah. Neville was confused by his sudden start of business, and after hesitating for a moment, he still agreed. Let me see. Sheeran sat next to Neville, stared closely into his eyes, and pretended to look for a while. From the results of the divination, you should enter Gryffindor house. Neville, your courage is no less than your parents's. How is this possible? Neville shouted with an incredulous look. This is impossible. Sheeran, you don't know, I'm too stupid and timid. My grandmother often says I'm not qualified to be a child matching my parents. I didn't show magical talent until I was 8 years old. Before that, they all thought my magic power wasn't enough and worried that I wouldn't be able to enter Hogwarts. Shirin just smiled silently. Don't worry, if my divination is inaccurate, it's free. The divination fee can be paid after the sorting ceremony, and we'll know then. Then you're probably going to be disappointed, Shirin. Neville leaned back against the back of the chair somewhat dejectedly. Hermione moved aside, motioning for Shirin to sit back. Then which house will I be sorted into? Shirin didn't stand on ceremony and sat back down beside Hermione. Repeating his old trick, after some hocus pocus, he said very firmly, "You are also in Gryffindor house." Oh, I thought I would go to Ravenclaw. Hermione was a bit surprised. I've already memorized all the textbooks in advance. I heard that Ravenclaw house is full of students like me. Neville, who was listening on the side, couldn't help showing a shocked expression when he heard Hermione say she had memorized all the textbooks. He muttered softly, "I really wish I had a good memory like yours. Grandma always complains that I forget things." Regarding their sorting results, Shirin had already known in his heart. This was a case of shooting the arrow first and drawing the target, so of course it was accurate. Your wisdom is indeed dazzling. But even so, it cannot conceal the brilliance of your courage, Shirin explained. Hermione believed it. A small screen popped up in front of Shirin. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +1. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +1. Silver-tongued. Level 1 36/100ths. Actually, his words just now couldn't be called fake, they just weren't entirely true. The result was correct, but those divination processes were all fooling people. However, Silver-tongued was about making others believe your falsehoods. Since they believed this result was obtained through Shirin's divination, it could be considered a success. Neville, who was to the side, asked, "Have you calculated which house you will go to?" Hearing Neville ask this question, Hermione cast an approving look at him. She had originally wanted to ask as well, which now saved her the trouble. Seers never easily divine for themselves. Shirin spread his hands helplessly. So, I don't know which house I will go to either. You're so smart, you might go to Ravenclaw. Neville stopped mid-sentence, suddenly noticing that Miss Granger's expression opposite him seemed to have changed, and hurriedly made a sharp turn in his words. Of course, it's also possible you'll go to Gryffindor. Hermione's gaze only then returned to normal. She didn't want to be separated from Shirin. Neville breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He didn't think he was smart because of this, but simply because Hermione's gaze was too terrifying. Actually, any house is fine. Being able to attend Hogwarts is already very lucky for me. It definitely won't be Slytherin, Hermione deduced with a serious expression. You're so kind and friendly, completely different from them. As she spoke, she even glanced out of the compartment, seemingly looking at those few people who had spoken rudely earlier. Well said, Neville chimed in. In his view, although Shirin's clothes were tattered, he was gentle and kind, always giving people a very reliable feeling. He spoke nicely too, always making people unable to help but believe him. A wizard as gentle, courteous, kind, and friendly as him was rare even among those ancient, pure-blood families. Therefore, he could never possibly be sorted into Slytherin. At this moment, the train passed winding rivers and grass-covered hills. The orange-red sun looked like a boiled egg yolk, tremblingly being swallowed bite by bite by the horizon. The train was about to arrive at the station. Let's change into our robes first, ladies first. Shirin and Neville opened the door and went out, turning their backs to the compartment door and blocking the glass with their bodies. A few minutes later, Hermione changed her clothes and opened the door to come out. It's your turn. Neville and Shirin walked in and began to change clothes. Saying they were changing clothes, it actually just meant putting on their robes. Although the standard school uniform also included a black pointed hat, it was generally rarely worn. Just after finishing changing clothes, Neville started wandering around the compartment. Trevor is missing again. Missing again. I lost it again, it always wants to run away from me. Neville was so anxious he was about to cry. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll find it at Hogwarts. Shirin felt somewhat helpless. Trevor truly was a conceptual deity, in the blink of an eye, it couldn't be found. If he remembered correctly, afterwards Neville was either looking for Trevor or on the way to look for Trevor. If this freedom-loving toad could share a bit of its courage with its master, then Neville would probably be Gryffindor's bravest student. Really? Of course, I saw it from divination, so you can rest assured. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +1. Divination definitely didn't exist. Sheeran just remembered that Trevor would appear later on the boats heading to Hogwarts. As for what the reason was, he didn't know either. He could only say that Trevor escaped for a lifetime yet never managed to get away. This was probably the sorrow of a pet toad. What's wrong? Hermione poked a little head out from outside the door and asked. After Sheeran simply explained in 2 sentences, Hermione also joined in to comfort Neville for a while, making him gradually calm down. Seriously, Neville, you'd better learn Accio. That way if Trevor goes missing, you can directly summon it instead of searching everywhere like this. Neville wiped the corners of his eyes with the plain robe on his body. I will definitely learn Accio. While the few of them were talking, a voice echoed across the train. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will have it delivered to the school for you. The train's speed became slower and slower, and finally it stopped. After experiencing a long journey, the young wizards finally reached the destination. Aren't we getting off? Neville looked at a swaying lamp on the platform. No rush, we'll get off after most people have left, Sheeran said calmly. He had never liked crowding with people. After about 6 or 7 minutes, they finally got off the train and arrived at a dark and small platform. To be honest, Sheeran couldn't understand. Since wizards had a spell like Scourgify, why did some things still look dilapidated and covered in dust? The oil lamp Neville had seen earlier floated toward them. Walking closer, the young wizards discovered that it was actually an unimaginably tall giant carrying an oil lamp walking towards them. Whoa! A red-haired boy let out an exclamation towards Hagrid. First years. First years come over here. Hagrid's burly figure, coupled with his messy hair and full beard, made quite a few young wizards nervous. Although Hermione didn't look scared, she still quietly tugged at the corner of Sheeran's clothes. Come with me, first-year students. Hagrid's rugged voice rang out, appearing even more muffled in the night. Watch your step. All right, first years, come with me. Under Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards stumbled down a steep and narrow path. To take care of these first-year students, Hagrid walked very slowly. The path that usually took 3 or 4 minutes took him over 20 minutes today. Turning the final bend, under Hagrid's reminder that no more than 4 people can be in each boat, the young wizards boarded the small boats heading to Hogwarts. Hermione, Sheeran, Neville, and an unknown classmate boarded the same boat. On the mirror-smooth black lake stood a towering cliff. Hogwarts Castle stood right there, as if built in the clouds, possessing an illusory, dreamlike beauty. Under the bright moonlight, the outline of the castle was faintly discernible. The dim light filtering through the windows was like stars dotting the night sky. A bright lamp was placed on the bow of each boat the young wizards rowed in, trailing streaks of flowing light as the small boats glided across the black lake. The young wizards in the boats all looked up at the tall castle that almost seemed to tower directly above their heads, holding their breath involuntarily. Recovering from this scene, Hermione noticed that Sheeran was staring at the small boat, and asked somewhat strangely. What are you looking at? I'm wondering how heavy Hagrid is, yet the small boat he sits in has the exact same draft as ours. Could there be some magic on the boat? Perhaps, these boats are alchemical items. Riding boats to Hogwarts is a tradition for new student enrollment, Neville interjected from the side. My grandmother told me. While the few of them were enjoying the scenery and studying the origin of the small boats, they heard Hagrid's reminder. Heads down. The young wizards all lowered their heads. The small boats carried them through the ivy curtain covering the front of the cliff, along a pitch-black tunnel to the underground dock of the castle, and finally climbed onto a patch of ground paved with gravel and small pebbles. After the students went ashore, Hagrid held up his lamp to check the empty boats. Whose toad is this? Hagrid asked loudly, holding up his lamp. Trevor. Neville shouted, rushing over to Hagrid's side. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sheeran. Neville grabbed Trevor. I now believe I'll be sorted into Gryffindor. Theodore Nott watched Neville walk over to his side holding the toad, showing a look of disgust, and reached out to give him a push. Get away, disgusting fellow. Sorry. Neville, steadied by Sheeran, stammered an apology. The guy who pushed him pushed his luck further. How could a fellow like you possibly be sorted into Gryffindor? Coward. The Longbottom family really has no one left. I think you'd better hurry and take a boat back, otherwise you're estimated to be sorted into cleaning toilets. Listening to Theodore Nott's relentless taunts, Neville gritted his teeth, his face turning flushed red. Sheeran's divination is very accurate. I really found Trevor. I believe I will definitely be able to be sorted into Gryffindor. The commotion here quickly attracted the students' attention. They gathered together like egging someone on, amidst laughter and whistling. Is that so? Chris looked past Neville's gaze toward Sheeran. You're the one playing the ghost and acting supernatural. Seeing Sheeran's old clothes, Chris sneered. No wonder you're pulling your muggle tricks here. Looks like even the Weasley family is richer than you. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. Ron looked around and let out a dissatisfied hum. Although what he said is right, I really want to punch him hard. Harry pulled Ron back and said in a low voice, this violates school rules, right? We haven't enrolled yet. That's true too, then you go ahead. Before Ron could go up to punch him, he heard Sheeran say unhurriedly, Sir, everyone will be classmates afterwards, why talk like this? If you are willing to apologize to Mr. Longbottom, I would be very glad. I don't care if you're glad or not, why on earth should I apologize to him? Look at that cowardly look of his, how could he possibly be sorted into Gryffindor? What are you doing? Having finished checking the empty boats, Hagrid heard the commotion over here and walked over carrying his lamp. The egging on young wizards were squeezed by him to stand on both sides of the path. Nothing, his clothes got dirty. Sheeran reached out and patted Chris's collar, but the action looked as if he was going to choke his neck, scaring him into quickly taking 2 steps back. All right, let's go quickly. Hagrid carried his lamp and squeezed to the front of the crowd to lead the way. Humph, let's wait and see. Chris flicked his sleeve and turned to leave, only to be grabbed by the sleeve by Sheeran. What if Mr. Longbottom really is sorted into Gryffindor? The young wizards watching the excitement crowded over again, and a few who knew Chris loudly shouted to egg him on. Theodore Nott, say it. What are you afraid of him for? Bet with him. Chris looked around the crowd and yanked back his sleeve. If he really gets sorted into Gryffindor, I'll apologize to him. Hey, he wasn't stupid after all, refusing to take the bait. You certainly know how to set conditions. An apology was the price just now, but now the price has gone up. Sheeran turned around to block his path. If Mr. Longbottom is sorted into Gryffindor, you will lose 10 galleons to me, and also apologize to Mr. Longbottom. Chris glared at Sheeran without speaking. Don't you dare, Mr. Nott. Sheeran stepped aside and said to everyone, it seems we have a true coward here. The crowd cheered, and for a moment it was filled with a joyful atmosphere. I won't fall for your trick, you just wait for me. Step aside. Chris pushed a few people away and turned to leave. Sheeran actually felt a bit regretful. He thought this guy would act like a brain-dead villain, getting hot-headed from his provocation and making a bet with him. Being so cowardly was really boring. According to Sheeran's philosophy, if money wasn't earned, it was a loss. The young wizards let out a wave of boos at Chris's figure. Thank you, Sheeran. The Nott family has produced quite a few Death Eaters, some of whom were caught by my parents, so he always purposely picks faults. Neville walked to Sheeran's side and said in a low voice. You must be careful of him. Sheeran nodded. The young wizards finished watching the fun and turned to follow Hagrid, continuing to walk toward Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid led them to a huge oak door, raised a massive fist, and knocked 3 times on the castle door. The door opened in response. A new world opened up to Sheeran. The doors opened, and a black-haired witch wearing emerald green robe stood in front of the door. The young wizards, who had been chattering endlessly, instantly fell silent, just like suddenly seeing the head teacher quietly standing at the back door of the classroom during a self-study session. Facing Professor McGonagall, even Hagrid became much more reserved. The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid, leave it to me here. As McGonagall spoke, her gaze kept sweeping back and forth through the crowd, finally landing on Sheeran. Silently looking away, McGonagall pulled open the heavy doors and led everyone into the castle. Greeting them was a luxurious marble staircase leading straight upstairs. All around were thick stone walls, and the blazing torches upon them illuminated the entire hall brightly. The mist from the black lake clinging to the young wizards gradually dissipated under the illumination of the torches. McGonagall led the young wizards into a small room at the other end of the hall. First of all, welcome to Hogwarts. McGonagall skillfully delivered the annual welcoming speech for new students. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you must first determine which house each of you will enter. The sorting is a very important ceremony. McGonagall's gaze swept over the bewildered young wizards and began to introduce the 4 houses. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. After the introduction, McGonagall gave a final instruction. The sorting ceremony will be held in front of the whole school, and I suggest you tidy yourselves up and look sharp while waiting. When everything is ready over there, I will come to fetch you. After McGonagall left, the young wizards finally released the mute button and began chattering away again. Now, what interested and anticipated them the most was the sorting ceremony. How do we get sorted? Do we choose ourselves? Or do the deans choose? I heard there's some kind of exam, like reciting the names of 1,000 herbs, or brewing a potion on the spot. That sounds like exam questions to me. I heard the sorting ceremony involves everyone taking an unforgivable curse, and you can only enroll if you don't die. Nonsense. What kind of school are you enrolling in? Azkaban. Various guesses about the sorting ceremony came over from time to time, and the messy claims made Hermione frown involuntarily. Sheeran, do you know how the sorting is done? I've read Hogwarts, a history close double-angle bracket, but there is no record of the sorting in it at all. I really don't know how generation after generation of wizards managed to keep it secret, as the new student sorting ceremony hasn't been leaked out for so many years. Every time new students are sorted, wizards never tire of using this topic to deceive the young ones. It's as if the wizarding world had no other entertainment. Regarding this boring behavior, Sheeran thought, I'll throw some fuel on the fire too. So he shook his head, pretending to be completely clueless. I don't know either, but I suppose we can ask them. Sheeran motioned with his eyes towards the ghosts walking through the wall. The other young wizards were so frightened by these suddenly appearing ghosts that they didn't dare to breathe loudly, and tacitly retreated toward the wall. The idle ghosts discovered the clear-eyed and foolish new students, and like finding a new toy, enthusiastically came up to perform talents. For example, lifting their heads with both hands, tossing them up, letting their heads spin a few hundred degrees in the air, and then catching them steadily with their necks. Of course, occasionally the head would be put on backward. At this time, they would twist their heads 180 degrees with their hands to set the position right. At first, the young wizards were terrified of this talent, but after experiencing it a few times, they found that the ghosts were actually very enthusiastic, and such talent was indeed rare, so they gradually calmed down, and some bold ones even began to comment on the ghosts' performance. It must be said that those who can become wizards really have an extraordinary capacity for accepting such strange things. Sheeran asked a ghost wearing a ruff. Excuse me, how does Hogwarts sort its houses? I heard that animals representing each house are summoned from a hat, and then students have to fight them. Whichever one you win against is the house you go to. That ghost and Sheeran stared at each other with big eyes, and a strange tacit understanding rose between the two. Oh, yes, yes. The ghost nodded with a serious expression, and even used a hand to steady its nearly falling head. Last year I saw with my own eyes a student eaten by Gryffindor's lion, and Slytherin's venomous snake poisoned several to death. Several young wizards who heard this were frightened out of their wits. Sheeran even heard crying and demands to go home. He also put on a terrified look, acting as if he believed it too. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +7. Sheeran was very satisfied. Sorry classmates, but your experience points are simply too sweet. Sheeran. Neville's face wrinkled up, looking like he was about to cry. I feel like I might not be able to go to Gryffindor, I can't beat a lion either. Well, overdone, it scared the Sword Saint too. Hermione next to him also widened her eyes. Do I have to fight a lion too? Sheeran had no choice but to patch things up with a sentence. This might not necessarily be true. As a result, as soon as he said these obviously comforting words, the rebellious young wizards became even more frightened. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +9. Sheeran. Ron, you don't seem scared at all. Harry whispered from the side. Please, dueling with a lion or a venomous snake is already very good. When I was at home they told me I had to fight a dragon. In that case, we really should be thankful. When McGonagall returned to this room, she found the young wizards looking listless, like flobberworms squeezed dry of all their mucus. This made McGonagall a bit puzzled. Why did this year's young wizards look so wilted and not lively at all? Remember, sorting is a very serious matter, please keep quiet. Now line up in single file and follow me, McGonagall said. The young wizards moved dejectedly, lining up in a row closely behind Professor McGonagall. They walked out of the room, crossed the entrance hall, passed through a set of double doors, and entered the luxurious Great Hall. The entire Great Hall was surprisingly large. Even with 4 long tables filled with students, it didn't feel crowded at all. Luxurious golden plates and goblets were placed on the long tables, and tens of thousands of candles floating in midair illuminated the place brightly. Passing through the gaps between the candles, one could see that the ceiling was not boring, heavy stone, but a night sky with churning clouds and twinkling stars. All the young wizards who noticed this could not help but exclaim in admiration. Hermione whispered, "It's enchanted here, it looks just like the sky outside. I read about it in Hogwarts. A history close double-angle bracket." The young wizards walked all the way to the very front of the Great Hall before stopping. On the steps was the staff table, and Dumbledore in purple robes sat right in the middle, a pair of kind and gentle eyes peering behind his half-moon spectacles. The seat beside him was empty, probably Professor McGonagall's seat. Further over was the Slytherin Dean, Severus Snape, with greasy, shiny hair that looked like it hadn't been washed in ages. The other 2 deans, Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout, were sitting on the other side of Dumbledore. Of course, Hagrid and the Disposable Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor were also present. McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the new students, and then placed a patched, dirty-looking pointed wizard's hat on it. Some young wizards looked at the hat fearfully, thinking that a lion or venomous snake would really crawl out from inside. The Great Hall was dead silent. Then, that dirty hat wriggled, a wide slit opened up, and it began to sing. Although the singing was indescribable, fortunately the young wizards heard from it that the so-called sorting ceremony meant wearing this hat. This made them breathe a sigh of relief. Although this hat was dirty and ugly, it was much easier than fighting a lion or a venomous snake. Professor McGonagall held a long piece of parchment, stood before everyone, and began to read the sorting list. Hannah Abbott. Hufflepuff. Shouted the hat. Hogwarts. Sorting order was sorted alphabetically by student last name. Sheeran's last name, Pruitt, started with P, belonging to the same batch as Harry's, Potter. So Neville and Hermione were both ahead of him. Name after name was read down, and soon it came to students whose last names started with the letter G. Hermione Granger. Hermione glanced quickly at Sheeran, then practically ran over to the stool and put on the hat. The sorting hat twisted its brim and shouted, Gryffindor. After taking off the hat, Hermione didn't rush to walk down the steps, but cast an extremely surprised look at Sheeran, as if saying, "You were right after all." Neville wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, cheering himself up inwardly. Sheeran's divination is so accurate. I will definitely be sorted into Gryffindor. Even he himself felt a surge of confidence well up inside him. Neville turned his head to look for Theodore not in the crowd, only to find the other party glaring fiercely at him. He shrank his neck in some fear, but after seeing Sheeran, an inexplicable burst of courage arose in his heart, and he widened his eyes and glared back at Theodore Nott. This made Theodore Nott furious. This guy, who usually took things lying down, actually dared to glare at him, which made him very unhappy, and he even implicated Sheeran in his anger. Blame this guy. Neville Longbottom. Hearing his name, Neville took a deep breath and nodded at Sheeran. Walk a bit slower when you go, Mr. Longbottom. Okay. Hearing Sheeran's words, Neville slowly walked up to the stool. Although he looked a bit nervous, fortunately he didn't trip and make a fool of himself. After putting on the sorting hat, Neville closed his eyes. He only heard a small voice murmuring in his ear, "Difficult, truly difficult." This made him nervous, his two hands placed on his legs tightly grasping his robes. He felt a bit scared, but even more nervous. What if the sorting hat found out he was a coward and assigned him to scrub toilets? Grandma would definitely be sad. Sheeran would also lose face along with him. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Neville muttered Gryffindor in his mouth, wanting to cheer himself up. But he clearly felt that his mood had dropped to the extreme, and the temperature on his body seemed to be drained bit by bit, making his limbs feel ice cold. After a long while, until the other students were getting a bit impatient, the hat shouted loudly. Gryffindor. Neville simply couldn't believe his ears. His body reacted even faster than his brain. That ice-cold feeling in his limbs instantly receded, replaced by a pleasant warmth that put him at ease. He jumped off the stool, ran towards Sheeran, shouting loudly. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. He was too happy, and even forgot to return the hat to Professor McGonagall. The crowd burst into laughter, which made him a bit at a loss. Sheeran smiled and pointed at his head, and only then did Neville realize he hadn't taken off the hat. He ran back somewhat sheepishly and returned the hat to Professor McGonagall. The young wizards who had witnessed the conflict between him and Chris were all shouting Nott's name, booing him wave after wave. Chris's face turned green and white in turns, glaring resentfully at Neville and Sheeran. He hadn't expected Neville to actually be proven right by Sheeran and sorted into Gryffindor. This made him angry while also feeling somewhat relieved. Good thing he hadn't made a bet with him. Otherwise it would have been even more embarrassing. This made him smug again. It seemed that when it came to cleverness, he was still a cut above. The sorting continued. After Harry was called, it was soon Sheeran's turn. Sheeran Pruitt. Hearing Sheeran's name, Dumbledore and Snape had a brief exchange. Professor Snape, do you know anything about this child's situation? Not really. Snape stared intently at Sheeran. He was under Professor McGonagall's charge. All I know is that he had been living in an orphanage before. Hearing this, the look Dumbledore cast at Sheeran showed a hint of worry. He hadn't expected that a Pruitt would actually leave behind offspring. Hearing the surname, Pruitt, the other teachers also changed their expressions and began whispering to one another. Pruitt. Is it that Pruitt? How many years has it been since we last saw a Pruitt? Oh, dear God, it's simply unbelievable. Even George and Fred, sitting beside the Gryffindor long table, looked at Sheeran in utter shock. Although they were usually unserious, they were still very sensitive to the surname, Pruitt. The Pruitts were not only one of the sacred 28, but also their mother's maiden name. That is to say, the Weasley family and the Pruitt family had been related by marriage since their father's generation. Fabian Pruitt and Gideon Pruitt, who sacrificed themselves in the Wizarding War, were their biological uncles. Fred. George. The two called out each other's names, exchanged a glance, and spoke in unison. Could he be our uncle's child? Then he'd be our cousin, George asked. But we've never heard of Uncle having a child. Mum never said anything about it. Fred picked up his sentence. I think we should write home and ask. Ron, sitting next to Harry, was also somewhat surprised, his gaze filled with hesitation and bewilderment as he looked at Sheeran. Seeing him like this, Harry nudged him with his elbow and asked in a low voice. You know him. I don't, but I know the surname Pruitt. That's my uncle's family. Which house do you think he'll be sorted into? Gryffindor, probably. Both of my uncles were Gryffindors, almost everyone with the surname Pruitt is a Gryffindor, and even my mum is no exception. Hermione beside them perked up her ears when she heard Sheeran's name, hoping inwardly that Sheeran would be sorted into Gryffindor. Hagrid at the staff table said to McGonagall, Professor McGonagall, it looks like someone else is about to join Gryffindor. Watching Sheeran walk towards her, McGonagall was quite gratified. Although there was no substantive evidence yet, she had already decided in her heart that Sheeran was Fabian's child. Pruitts had always been Gryffindors, there was no doubt about that. Sheeran first bowed to the staff table, then thanked McGonagall, who was presiding over the sorting ceremony. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. This polite and elegant demeanor made Professor McGonagall even more satisfied. Look, this was simply a model student. Gryffindor needed students like this. With him around, Gryffindor would definitely earn many points and end Slytherin's 7-year streak of winning the House Cup. Thinking of this, McGonagall's usually stern expression softened, and she even took the initiative to pat the dust off the Sorting Hat. Come on, child, don't be nervous. Sheeran sat down on the four-legged stool and placed the Sorting Hat on his head. McGonagall prayed in her heart that the Sorting Hat would sort Sheeran into Gryffindor, so she didn't notice that Dumbledore's expression behind her was becoming somewhat hesitant at that moment. As soon as the Sorting Hat touched Sheeran's head, the brim and tip abruptly stretched and straightened. Ha! Pruitt! How long has it been since I heard that surname? Oh, you are truly strange. A tiny voice rang in Sheeran's ear. The Sorting Hat seemed somewhat distressed, muttering incessantly, difficult, difficult. How about? Seeing the Sorting Hat in such a dilemma, Sheeran offered his own suggestion, put me in Hufflepuff. As the house with the most enrollments, Hufflepuff might not stand out much while at school, but once you graduated, you would find that your seniors were spread all over the wizarding world. Even Newt Scamander, who wrote Hogwarts' essential freshman textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, was a student of Hufflepuff. Those were all connections. Stop joking, the Sorting Hat scoffed. The absolute last place you belong is Hufflepuff. Don't you take young wizards' wishes into consideration. Yes, yes, but that only applies when the traits are similar and sorting into either house would be a match. If every young wizard chose their house according to their own wishes, what would you need me for? Muttered the Sorting Hat. Your courage is indeed quite good, and your heart is also very interesting. Going to Gryffindor might be nice. Oh, you also like knowledge and possess wisdom. Of course, you're quite good at utilizing your wisdom too, so Ravenclaw would also match you. But this isn't enough, let me look closer. Time ticked by second by second. Aha! Found it. The Sorting Hat happily flicked the tip of its hat. Ambition. You crave knowledge and power only because knowledge and power will help you realize your ambition. Slytherin will give you the opportunity, glory and victory are yours for the taking. Perhaps because it had completed a difficult challenge, the Sorting Hat appeared very happy, its tone brisk as it said, weren't you trying to go to Hufflepuff just for connections earlier? You'll get even more in Slytherin. That was true enough. Sheeran had never considered himself a mediocrity, nor was he averse to using lies, disguises, knowledge, or violence. These were merely stepping stones and means to reach the summit. Should he be blamed for this? Of course not. As an orphan of London, he knew the hardships of survival better than anyone else. Losing his father in his early years and his mother in his infancy, the hardships of life were like an invisible beast swallowing his flesh and blood while simultaneously nourishing his ambition. Lying to deceive people and plotting for profit were all to climb higher and higher step by step. He loved possessing things and loathed losing them. Right, let's do it this way, the Sorting Hat shouted aloud. Slytherin. Hearing the sorting result, sparse applause sounded from the Slytherin long table. In stark contrast to this desolate scene, many people were utterly astonished, looking disbelieving. How could Sheeran be sorted into Slytherin? Hermione and Neville both dropped their jaws. They couldn't figure out for the life of them how the Sorting Hat could make such a decision. He was such a kind and gentle person, nothing like those Slytherin students. McGonagall picked up the Sorting Hat with a stunned look, inspected it, and wondered if this old hat had gotten too old and lost its mind. George and Fred let out a chorus of boos. How could a Pruitt be sorted into Slytherin? Dumbledore's expression grew even more solemn. An orphanage, Slytherin house, if he was also a half-blood. This scene feels oddly familiar. Sheeran walked slowly down the steps and headed towards the Slytherin long table. Many complicated gazes were fixed on him, following his figure as he moved. Professor McGonagall held the Sorting Hat in her hands, turning it over and over, and couldn't help sighing repeatedly. She never expected that Sheeran would actually be sorted into Slytherin. Hermione, on the other hand, raised her head high, peering at Sheeran's figure through the gaps in the crowd with a very complicated gaze. She had originally thought she would be sorted into the same house as Sheeran. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, stood up, and spread his arms. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts. It is a new school year, and nothing is more pleasing than seeing you all. After speaking, Dumbledore chanted a spell, and the previously empty dining tables instantly piled up with steaming food. Roast beef, roast pork chops, sausages, steaks, piled up like small mountains one after another. There were also boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, and potato chips. 3 dishes out of a single potato. One had to admit that Britain's recipes truly lived up to their reputation. Sheeran used his dinner fork to take some steak and sausage onto his plate, then slowly sliced off pieces of meat with his dinner knife, placing them into his mouth to chew slowly. Unlike some ravenous young wizards who ate directly with their hands, his movements were elegant, unhurried, and perfectly matched the image of a pure-blood aristocrat. At first, he didn't like this kind of pretense. He was starving, yet he had to put on airs and eat slowly. Who was he putting on a show for? But later he discovered that only by doing this could he be convincing, stand out, and cultivate a dignified bearing. Therefore, even when he was in the orphanage, wearing ragged clothes like the other children and eating tasteless bread, the other children still felt that Sheeran is different. It was precisely this difference that made people convinced. Sometimes, you have to fake it until you make it. Back in the orphanage, Sheeran had always been training himself. Practicing etiquette and being polite was also one of his methods. Your last name is Pruitt. An unpleasant voice rang out. I heard that everyone in the Pruitt family is dead. Aren't you an imposter? Theodore Knott had not taken the bet with Sheeran before, and some young wizards had spread this matter around, earning him the title of the Slytherin Coward. This made him feel completely humiliated. Now seeing Sheeran sorted into Slytherin, he fancied that he had come to his home turf, so he eagerly crowded over, wanting to redeem himself. Sheeran didn't even glance at him, just sliced a piece of sausage with his dinner knife and chewed it slowly. Do you like eating that much? Feeling ignored, Theodore Knott flew into a rage from embarrassment, stepped over the bench, grabbed a dinner knife nearby, and stabbed it into the sausage on Sheeran's plate. Mr. Knott, if you want to eat, you can sit down and eat slowly. There is plenty more here. Sheeran swallowed the food in his mouth and slowly spoke. Eat, eat, eat. Are you a pig? Hermione, beside the Gryffindor long table, kept her eyes fixed on Sheeran while eating. The commotion over here quickly caught her attention. Sheeran smiled at her, signaling that he was fine. Chris, who had been constantly ignored, noticed Sheeran looking at Hermione and sneered, "What, looking at your mudblood girlfriend? That little bye." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his foot. Before he had time to shriek, Sheeran abruptly reached out, grabbed his wrist, and pressed it down onto the table. Then he snatched up the dinner knife in front of him and viciously stabbed it between his fingers. You should really thank your lucky stars you didn't say that word. The smile on Sheeran's face completely vanished, replaced by an aloof and icy expression. Otherwise, the welcome feast would probably turn into a painful memory for you. Sheeran gripped the handle of the dinner knife and pressed down slowly, the blade cutting a gap into Chris's finger. Chris cried out in pain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Sheeran's warning. Quiet. Otherwise I'll cut off your fingers and feed them to the dogs. The icy words made Chris's body shudder violently. Despite the excruciating pain, he didn't dare make a sound. Miss Granger is a truly kind person, and I will not allow anyone to insult her in front of me. When Sheeran mentioned Hermione, a gentle smile finally appeared on his face. When he spoke again, his voice smoothly shifted from gentle to cold. Do you understand? I understand. Chris answered tremblingly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. That dinner knife was pressed tightly against his finger joints, and the fresh blood seeping from the wound flowed down the blade onto the dining table. He had originally just wanted to come over and talk big for a few sentences to regain some face, but never expected that Sheeran would actually resort to physical action directly. He couldn't help glancing at the staff table, thinking that if he cried out for help, Sheeran might immediately be given detention by the professors. Noticing his gaze, Sheeran wore a half smile. Are you thinking of crying out for help to the professors? Chris's heartbeat skipped a beat, and he was filled with utter terror. He had clearly only glanced at the staff table, so how did he know what he was thinking? As a first-year student, he couldn't possibly know legilimency, could he? You can try calling for help and see whether they arrive faster, or your fingers break faster. Want to make a bet? If you win, I get detention, and you get to save face. If you lose, it's just losing a few fingers. How about it? Want to try? Sheeran's smile was quite playful. Chris tremblingly withdrew his gaze and slowly lowered his head. Crying for help might actually be useful right now, but that would be after his fingers were broken. Moreover, looking at his half-smiling expression, there might be some trap waiting for him to walk into. I'm not stupid. I'll find a chance to deal with you later. Chris didn't know that Sheeran actually had no follow-up plan prepared at all. If he called for the professors now, Sheeran would immediately stop. Chris had only been cut on the hand. He could easily say it was an accident, or that he acted out of righteous anger because this fellow spoke rudely. At that time, at most he would just get some detention. Furthermore, Sheeran had calculated that this fellow was a coward. He didn't dare to bet with him earlier when conflicting with Neville, and now that he was in his grasp, he would dare even less. Sure enough, Chris immediately caved and apologized hurriedly. A classmate nearby noticed that something was amiss between the two of them and craned their neck to look over. Sheeran pulled out the dinner knife and sliced a piece of sausage. Mr. Knott, try it. It tastes amazing. Thank you. Hearing Knott actually say thank you, that student thought he had misheard. How could this arrogant and domineering Mr. Knott suddenly become so easy to talk to as if he had changed into a different person? Could it be that this Pruitt's charm was simply too great? Seeing the smile on Sheeran's face, Chris broke out in cold sweat, his legs went limp, and he collapsed onto the bench. After slicing the sausage, Sheeran popped it into his own mouth instead. Since Mr. Knott doesn't like to eat it, then don't disturb my meal. Seeing you makes me sick. Chris didn't react for a moment, sitting blankly on the bench. Why aren't you getting lost? Seeing that this fellow not only didn't leave, but actually sat down, Sheeran gave him another kick. Knott then limped away, though his gaze remained venomous. Sheeran didn't care what he thought. Under the blessing of spell inspiration, his reparo was already at a masterclass level, and the severing charm and fire-making spell had reached absolute perfection. He liked might, and might required violence. Therefore, he had practiced the offensive spells in the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 countless times. The opening banquet at Hogwarts had no special activities, apart from eating and drinking, it was just singing the school song. When the banquet ended, the prefects led the first years back to their respective house common rooms. Because Sheeran had stepped heavily on his feet twice, Chris limped at the very back. What is wrong with you, Mr. Knott? Professor McGonagall asked. Hearing a professor ask about his injury, Chris instantly felt deeply aggrieved and opened his mouth to bitterly denounce Sheeran's atrocities. He even imagined in his heart what it would look like if Sheeran were put in detention. As a result, before he could even speak, Sheeran walked out from somewhere and steadied him. Professor McGonagall, there is no need to worry, Mr. Knott simply sprained his foot. Chris felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, unable to say a single word. After offering this explanation, Sheeran put on a concerned expression once more. Mr. Knott, would you like to go to the hospital wing to have a look? Although these words sounded warm to the heart and stomach, Chris clearly felt that those hands suddenly applied force, gripping his arm tightly like a pair of iron tongs. A threat, a naked threat. I am fine, thank you, Mr. Pruitt, Chris said. Remember our 101 reading net. That is good, let us go. Sheeran did not forget to greet Professor McGonagall. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall. Watching Sheeran's retreating figure, Professor McGonagall felt both gratified and regretful. Such a model student, how did he end up sorted into Slytherin? Knott felt incomparably stifled inside, wanting only to shout aloud, Professor. He is fooling all of it, do not believe him. After leaving Professor McGonagall's sight, Sheeran finally let go of him. Mr. Knott, you had better not do anything foolish. Of course, I also welcome you to do something foolish. Sheeran smiled gently, his face wearing the smile of an innocent young boy. Only next time, my price will be higher. Once Sheeran had walked far away, Knott cursed in a low voice through gritted teeth. Afterward, His gaze fell upon the prefect at the front of the line. William Roll happened to know him, and the Roll and Knott families maintained a relatively close association. He calculated in his heart that once they returned to the dormitory, he would find William Roll to help teach Sheeran Pruitt a proper lesson. A true Slytherin would certainly not care whether or not they could attack a classmate. And he, a mere first-year student, was definitely no match for a prefect. Thinking this, Chris instantly felt a surge of confidence, his legs no longer ached, and his waist no longer hurt. Unlike the towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, the Slytherin common room was located underground. The prefects led the new students all the way down along a long spiral stone staircase. The further down they walked, the more gloomy and silent the atmosphere became. Even though more torches had been placed along the way, it still made people feel a chill that was difficult to dispel. Sheeran could not help thinking that it was fortunate there was a spell like Scourgify. Otherwise, in the Slytherin common room, one would not even be able to dry their clothes. After walking down the long staircase, the first years finally arrived in front of a damp, blank stone wall. Prefect William Roll held his head high, to the point where the new students could almost only see his nostrils. Entering the common room requires no knocking or specific magic, but you must correctly state the password. William looked down his nose at everyone and shouted the password, pure blood. After reciting the password, a concealed stone door appeared on the stone wall. After following the prefect into the common room, Sheeran breathed a secret sigh of relief. The Slytherin common room was not as cold, damp, and piled high with dripping seaweed and mud as imagined. It was a rather luxuriously decorated, narrow and long basement. The walls and ceiling were built of rough stone, and green glowing lamps were tethered by iron chains hanging down from the ceiling. Positioned directly opposite the door was an exquisitely carved fireplace. At this moment, a pile of fire was crackling away, baking the entire common room until it was warm and dry. The most eye-catching feature must be the large windows of the common room. Through the windows, one could see the rippling lake water outside, along with quite a few bizarre aquatic creatures. The tables and chairs placed in the common room were all extremely exquisite, exuding an air of lavish luxury. This was hardly surprising. Quite a few school governors of Hogwarts came from Slytherin, so their common room naturally would not be shabby. While the first years were touring the common room, Knott and William whispered aside. Their gazes occasionally glanced toward Sheeran, their faces carrying a hint of mocking smiles. Pruitt, although everyone is a pure-blood family, I still must remind you that there are gaps among pure-blood families. After all, some families do not have many people left, and I still hope they can live on well. William walked up to Sheeran, elegantly straightened his collar, and said condescendingly, "Oh right, I arranged for you and Knott to share a dormitory. If he bullies you, you can come find me. Of course, I will bully you together with him, you idiot." William sneered inwardly. Prefect William, I did not call you wrong, did I? Sheeran swiped away his hand and shook his head. I am actually very disappointed. Disappointed? William was somewhat puzzled. Noticing the commotion over here, several surrounding new students slowly gathered around. Malfoy was also attracted, hastily beckoning and calling his two lackeys over to watch the show together. Slytherin makes me feel very disappointed. I thought everyone here consisted of shrewd ambitious schemers, and I never expected there would actually be trash who feel smug and complacent purely because of their birth. Sheeran's voice was unhurried. Things possessed from birth are not worth showing off. Glory and mighty power seized through extortion and force are what truly deserve praise. When saying these words, Sheeran intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Chris. It was clearly insinuating something arrogant. With the prefect backing him up, Chris's courage grew much larger. No longer acting like a submissive coward, he pulled out his wand, preparing to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. He was a pure-blood wizard, influenced by his surroundings since childhood, and had learned a few spells before the term started. But Sheeran was faster than him. Coordinating his wand with the incantation, Sheeran cleanly and neatly cast a severing charm. Defindo. Theodore Knott's hair instantly drifted in the air like autumn leaves. This made him almost completely bald. Chris was incomparably horrified inside, and his movement of waving his wand came to a halt. As a new student who previously only treated magic as a toy to play with, when facing a real battle, his body was so stiff it simply refused to obey, let alone talking about counter-attacking. Equally stiff in body was Prefect William Roll beside him. As a prefect, he still had some combat experience. He quickly recognized that what Sheeran released was not some high-level spell, but merely a simple severing charm. This was a minor spell recorded in open double angle bracket, the standard book of spells, grade 1 close double angle bracket. Almost everyone in Hogwarts knew it. But its effect heavily relied on the caster's skill and concentration, being usable for both crude destruction and extremely delicate cutting tasks. William trembled as he touched his collar. The previously intact collar had been cut open at some unknown point, and a faint red line remained on his neck. He did not doubt in the least that if it went any further, his artery would likely have been slashed open. Yet Sheeran had precisely controlled it. To be able to use a simple elementary spell to this extent, how much time and effort would it take? William did not know, he only knew that Sheeran was definitely not as easy to deal with as he looked. Was this the strength a new student should possess? Even if one searched through all of Hogwarts' alumni registers, it would probably be very difficult to find a genius comparable to him. Offending such a person for an idiot like Theodore Knott was simply not worth it at all. The surrounding crowd saw that Knott's hair was gone and burst into loud laughter. Several among them with good discernment saw that Sheeran used a severing charm, and could not help feeling secretly shocked inside. Advanced spells depended on talent, while elementary spells depended on foundational skill. Being able to use an elementary spell to this degree showed the profound depth of his foundation. Even Malfoy had to admit inwardly that this fellow named Pruitt was probably only slightly weaker than himself. The crowd's jeers and the anger of losing his hair caused Knott to almost lose his reason. He shouted at the prefect, "Let us go together." William quickly pulled out his wand. Expelliarmus. Bang! Chris traced an arc in front of everyone, crashing into a chair as his wand flew out of his hand. A strong sense of dizziness left him lightheaded and seeing stars. "Prefect, what are you doing?" William cursed fiercely in his heart. "Idiot. Moron. Didn't you even see that the other person deliberately held back? To actually still want to drag him down into the water. Truly an unadulterated fool. Mr. Pruitt, I think this is a misunderstanding." William put on a smiling face and said with a somewhat trembling voice, "Slytherin welcomes you." The prefect is right, these are all misunderstandings. Sheeran glanced at Chris, walked up to William, stood on tiptoes, and elegantly straightened his collar. "Hi, look, I accidentally slipped and cut the senior's collar. After all, I am a first-year student and still cannot control my spells well. You won't mind, will you?" "Not at all, not at all. These are just small matters." William hurriedly shook his head. With trembling pupils, he stared at the hand beside his neck, feeling as though his neck had been slithered across by a venomous snake. This made him tremble with fear, yet he dared not move randomly. Sheeran revealed an incomparably brilliant smile. "Do not worry, senior, I will help you tidy it up." Waving his wand, Sheeran used a reparo. "Right, 1 galleon." William's mouth twitched. Could he not use this reparo himself? To actually still charge 1 galleon. But looking at the smiling Sheeran, he dared not refuse to pay, and could only trembling pull out a galleon and place it into Sheeran's hand. After spending money to avert disaster, William only wanted to leave this place quickly. But just as he took 2 steps, he was called to a halt by Sheeran once more. "Mr. Knott seemed somewhat unwilling to share a dormitory with me. I will take a little tiredness upon myself. Tonight I shall sleep in the bed, and let Mr. Knott sleep on the common room sofa." "Of course, no problem." William agreed hastily. "Who cares where this idiot sleeps?" Having said that, Sheeran gave a wave of his wand and threw Knott's luggage out. From beginning to end, neither of them asked for Chris's opinion. "Oh, I remember now, Mr. Knott still owes Mr. Longbottom an apology." Sheeran looked at the stumbling, rising Chris with a beaming smile. "And my 20 galleons, that was our original wager." "I did not agree." Chris spoke with difficulty. "I said you bet, so you bet." Sheeran smiled and interrupted him, extending his hand toward him. "Honor the bet, pay up today, and go apologize tomorrow. Do you understand?" What was said initially was 10 galleons. I also said back then that my price would be higher. Chris glanced toward William and found that he hurriedly turned his head away, acting as if he saw nothing at all, knowing then that he could not count on him. Angry and frightened, he dejectedly fetched a money pouch. Sheeran counted out 20 galleons and tossed the money pouch back to Chris. He couldn't help marveling that this group of pure-blood wizards was truly wealthy, with just about any random student carrying so many galleons on them. Good night, Prefect William, you may leave. Sheeran said. William twitched the corners of his mouth, finally said a difficult, good night, lifted his arrogant head, and walked out stiffly. Sheeran returned to his dormitory and tidied up his luggage slightly. The Slytherin dormitories were large, and with only 2 people living in each room, it appeared even more spacious. Above the exquisite 4-poster bed hung green silk curtains, and even the bedspread was dark green, embroidered with intricate snake patterns in silver thread. Sheeran was very satisfied. This was much better than the orphanage. Stretching lazily, Sheeran walked over to the window and glanced at the huge octopus swimming past outside. Slytherin was truly wonderful. The people here were polite, spoke nicely, and were extremely generous with their spending. I super love it here. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Hogwarts. I really never wanted to be the Dark Lord. Part 2. Early morning. Bright sunlight pierced through the air and struck the surface of the lake. Filtered by the lake water, it became deep and soft, passing through the glass windows of the Slytherin dormitory and turning into light and shadows resembling little snakes. Sheeran woke up early and enjoyed a view of the giant squid at the bottom of the lake in front of the window. It is said that the Black Lake of Hogwarts has been enchanted, and students who fall into the water will be lifted up by the giant squid. I must say, this point is still quite user-friendly. It is just unknown how much salary Dumbledore pays the lifeguard giant squid. Picking out the books needed for today from his luggage, Sheeran walked all the way along the spiral staircase toward the dining hall. However, he was not in a hurry to eat, but instead found a place with a good view to observe the students going to class. There are as many as 142 staircases in Hogwarts, almost all of which move around by themselves, and some even suddenly disappear. Furthermore, some doors are actually just doors, with thick walls behind them. This design was meant to resist the witch hunts of the Muggles in the past, but now the ones most affected are the students. Look, Sheeran saw with his own eyes as Malfoy missed a step and fell down from the stairs. If special magic hadn't been cast here to allow the young wizards to land smoothly, I'm afraid Hogwarts would go out of business before Lord Voldemort even had to make a move. I have to climb from the first floor again. I really should have my father tell Dumbledore to tear down all these stairs. Malfoy muttered curses as he started climbing up from the first floor again. Actually, Sheeran quite liked this section of the stairs. Falling down from it allowed one to go straight to eat, maximizing efficiency. When a student fell from that suddenly disappearing staircase for the 9th time, Sheeran finally grasped the changing rules of the stairs leading to the classroom, since someone had tested the errors for him with their own body. However, his top priority right now was to go eat first. Breakfast was considered quite lavish. The house elves of Hogwarts would prepare a large number of dishes for the students. Of course, everyone didn't need to hold any expectations for British cuisine. After all, it wasn't much better than German jokes and American history. After gnawing on a roasted chicken leg, Sheeran cut some cured sausage, took some other side dishes, and made himself a sandwich packed full of fillings. He was good at matching ingredients, so the taste was much better than ordinary British food. There was even a feeling of eating hometown Rujamo. While eating, Sheeran distinctly sensed that the young wizards passing by looked at him with somewhat different eyes. Many people walked quickly past him, casting hurried glances at him, or stood in the distance whispering while watching him. This made Sheeran feel a bit strange. Could it be that they want to eat my sandwich? If you want to eat, make it yourself. Why are you looking at me? Under the gaze of his classmates, Sheeran accelerated his eating speed. After finishing his meal, he hugged his textbooks and prepared to go to class. As a result, just as he walked out of the dining hall, he saw Ron falling down from the stairs. That was the 10th one, making it a round number. Sheeran waved his wand, used a levitation charm to catch Ron, and then slowly pushed him back onto the stairs. Thanks. Ron poked his little head out from the stairs. Following the experience gained from the classmates just now, Sheeran walked up the stairs. Soon he arrived in front of that disappearing flight of stairs, and Harry and Ron hadn't left after all. We wanted to thank you. Oh, come on, we don't know how to get to the classroom, and we've been wandering here for a long time. Until Sheeran walked up to them did Harry and Ron recognize that this was a Slytherin student. This made the two of them feel somewhat awkward inside. After all, Slytherin has a notorious reputation, and with Malfoy bringing glory outside all day long. In their eyes, Slytherin students were hardly any good people. Even though the person in front of them had the surname Pruitt. I will take you there. Sheeran took the initiative to speak. Harry and Ron silently nodded and followed behind him. Hey, Harry, I heard that Slytherin almost got into a fight in the common room yesterday. Theodore Knott's hair is all gone. Who did it? Ron puckered his mouth toward Sheeran ahead of them. Slytherin just isn't united. Is he really a cousin of your family? Harry glanced at Sheeran's back and said in a low voice. Not sure yet. Ron tossed a chocolate frog into his mouth, took out that card and looked at it. It's Dumbledore again. This class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, taken jointly by the two houses of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Hermione arrived at the classroom early, sat in the front row, and turned the pages of the book to preview seriously. Of course, it could also be said to be review. After all, she had already memorized the textbooks. Professor McGonagall hadn't come yet. Only a tabby cat was squatting on the podium, licking its paws from time to time. The young wizards were not in a hurry to enter the classroom, but stood in the corridor in twos and threes. Sheeran walked through the door and saw the kitty squatting on the podium at a glance. The kitty also turned its head to look at him, and Sheeran clearly saw that the patterns around the cat's eyes somewhat resembled Professor McGonagall's square glasses. Anyone could guess who it was with their heels, all right. Sheeran really wanted to go up and touch it, then pretend not to know and muddle through. As a newly enrolled first-year young wizard, failing to recognize Professor McGonagall's transfiguration is very normal, right? Perhaps because he stared for too long, the kitty on the podium jumped down, and in the blink of an eye turned into Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Professor McGonagall. I didn't know it was you. Sheeran pretended to look surprised and greeted. What a missed opportunity. There was only this one chance for Professor McGonagall to turn into a kitty to welcome new students, and there wouldn't be any chance to pet the kitty professor later. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat. Hello. Professor McGonagall was somewhat surprised inside and pushed her glasses up. She was somewhat unsure whether Sheeran had recognized her just now. Hearing Sheeran's voice, Hermione seemed to sense something, raised her head from her books, and waved at him. Come quickly, Sheeran, sit here. Thank you, Hermione. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and walked toward the back row. Good morning, Sheeran. Neville poked his upper body out from the back row and greeted Sheeran. Good morning, Mr. Longbottom. Did you have a good time last night? Hermione asked. Sheeran placed the textbooks needed for class later on the desktop and replied. Not bad, the classmates are all quite enthusiastic. I've blended right in with them. Slytherin, enthusiastic. Even coming from Sheeran, these words made Hermione feel very strange. Because the two of them sat in the front row, the young wizards walking into the classroom saw them first. Everyone's eyes turned somewhat weird. Slytherin and Gryffindor students sitting together. No matter how you look at it, this is a bit strange. Although mixed seating wasn't impossible, even when students from these two houses took large classes together, their seats were clearly demarcated. After everyone had arrived, Professor McGonagall started the class. She was usually a serious person, and became even more rigorous during class, speaking without any mercy. Transfiguration is the most complex and dangerous magic among the courses you learn at Hogwarts. Like a head teacher, Professor McGonagall swept her gaze in a circle, making every young wizard feel that she was looking at them. Anyone who dares to monkey around in my class, I will ask them out and never allow them in again. I have warned you. Then, McGonagall waved her wand and turned her podium into a pig. Hermione widened her eyes, wanting to find some loopholes or flaws from this pig. But she soon gave up, because this pig looked far too much like a pig. Seeing the students' astonished expressions, McGonagall was very satisfied. Before you begin waving your wands, we need to first learn the knowledge about transfiguration. Probably the process of the first lesson for all courses is about the same. It's always talking about the general framework, utility effects, theoretical basis, and historical origins of this course first. Although these things don't have much impact on casting transfiguration, the biggest difference between a legitimate school and wild practitioners is systematic and institutionalized approaches, which is why they say, you can tell which school they belong to the moment they make a move. After a lengthy and boring theoretical explanation, Professor McGonagall finally allowed the young wizards to pick up their wands and try to turn the matches in front of them into a needle. Under the blessing of spell inspiration, Sheeran quickly mastered the transfiguration spell. Not bad. McGonagall picked up the embroidery needle Sheeran had transformed and nodded in satisfaction, 5 points to Slytherin. Hermione also succeeded quickly, winning 5 points for Gryffindor as well. It could be considered a dynamic balance. Neville worked hard for more than half the class, and in the end only managed to make the head of the match sharp. However, he was already quite satisfied himself. As long as he practiced a few more times, he would definitely succeed. During the break, Theodore Nott reluctantly stood up from his seat and shuffled over in front of Neville. What's wrong? Neville leaned closer to Sheeran. Sorry. Chris clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed red, and his voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Since his birth, he had never suffered such humiliation. Yet in front of Sheeran, he did not dare to act up in the slightest. Malfoy, who had been bored and staring intently at Harry, noticed the situation over here and instantly perked up. Nott has apologized to Longbottom. Goodness, a Slytherin student is actually apologizing to a Gryffindor student. Sheeran Pruitt, this is his good work. It's such a disgrace to Slytherin. Seeing this scene, the Slytherin students first felt a sense of shame and anger. In their view, even though it was not apologizing, this also brought disgrace to Slytherin. And the object of the apology turned out to be a Gryffindor student. This made them even more furious. Sorry, Mr. Longbottom, I shouldn't have spoken rudely to you. For a moment, Neville couldn't quite process it. He widened his eyes and stared at the dejected Theodore Nott, feeling somewhat incredulous. Having been bullied back and forth for so many years, when had anyone ever apologized to him? Yet today, not only did someone apologize, but it was a Slytherin student. It made him feel as if he were dreaming. Giving Sheeran a dazed look, Neville knew in his heart that this was probably because of his friend. All right, I forgive you. Neville nodded, indicating that he accepted his apology. The surrounding students let out an uproar. A Slytherin apologizing to Gryffindor was truly a big deal. Many clueless young wizards hurriedly inquired of the classmates around them about what on earth had happened. How could proud Slytherin students willingly apologize to Gryffindor? Moreover, apologizing to Neville, a poor wretch who let himself be bullied. How could that be possible? Let me tell you, I saw this incident with my own eyes. Yesterday in the common room, Sheeran Pruitt. A few young wizards who knew about the matter smugly recounted last night's situation to the classmates beside them. Naturally, this process inevitably involved some exaggeration. For instance, Sheeran Pruitt used powerful dark arts and almost killed Theodore Nott. For instance, Theodore Nott was so scared he almost wet his pants. TCH, what's that? A young wizard lowered his voice and said, I heard that even Prefect Roll was scared out of his wits, and Pruitt was originally going to kill him too. Ah! Everyone let out a cry of surprise. Impossible. Prefect Roll is a fifth-year student. How could a first-year student win against him? I told you, he knows dark arts. What dark arts? I clearly saw him use a simple severing charm. All kinds of miscellaneous voices mixed together, wildly guessing just how strong Sheeran's power was and whether he knew powerful dark arts. The entire classroom became noisy, and even Professor McGonagall's aura couldn't suppress it. Why is the desk shaking? Harry glanced at the desk with some perplexity. It's not the desk shaking, it's me shaking. Ron's voice trembled slightly. On the way here just now, we were still talking about him behind his back. Later on, he won't blast a dark arts spell right at my head, will he? He doesn't look like that kind of person. Hearing the discussions of her classmates, Hermione also looked at Sheeran in some surprise. However, she didn't care about those messy things, and instead asked rather nervously, "You weren't hurt, were you? What's going on with you?" "It's fine. Yesterday everyone practiced some spells, and then we all hit it off and became close." "Oh, this is a special way for Slytherin to welcome newcomers, which might be a bit different from other houses." With everyone's enthusiastic help, Mr. Knott reflected on himself a bit and wanted to apologize to Mr. Longbottom. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +1. This counts too. Everything I said was the truth. Hermione cast a rather strange look at Chris. Who would have thought? This fellow is actually someone who can correct his mistakes once he knows them. McGonagall on the podium calmly paid attention to the situation here. Although those young wizards inevitably exaggerated when talking about last night's events, Professor McGonagall had also heard the general idea. After listening, she believed that Sheeran was stepping up for a friend. Although spells were used, Chris only lost a bit of hair, and that couldn't be considered much of a big problem, right? Sheeran really was a good child. How could a muddled sorting hat sort him into Slytherin? Thank you, Sheeran. Truly thank you. Neville was glowing with health, leaning half his body out of the desk, and reached out to pat Sheeran's shoulder. In his memory, he had almost always been bullied by others, yet had never received a single apology. But this apology wasn't his greatest harvest. What moved and made him proudest was knowing that he had a friend like Sheeran by his side. In his view, this was far more precious than an apology. "Sheeran, you have to be careful." Hermione looked back at the Slytherin students. "I feel like many of them harbor ill intentions toward you. I really don't know what the sorting hat is up to. Why did it sort you into Slytherin? Could it be that Professor Dumbledore forgot to clean it, and with so much dust, it became prone to muddlement?" Hermione had a look of utter indignation. She had always been harboring resentment regarding Sheeran's sorting result. "Don't worry. I've already hit it off with them and integrated well. Nothing will happen." Sheeran, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Even with one's toes one could guess that the people of Slytherin wouldn't let the matter rest easily. But precisely because of that, it was even more interesting. Even if those pure-blood families had power and influence, with Dumbledore around, they couldn't do anything to him, at most just hitting it off and interacting together. Since that was the case, let the storm come more fiercely. After all, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. He only hoped these people could afford his asking price. However, before that, Sheeran decided to thoroughly study various spells to improve his strength. Relying solely on the spells recorded in the book, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, was far from enough for him. "Hermione, do you want to go to the library with me later?" "Of course. In the first exam, I must beat you. Then you'd better work hard. Your confidence is more than Merlin's beard." The two looked at each other and chuckled. Ever since elementary school, they had always been competing fiercely, with the first place position trading hands back and forth between the two of them. This was the result of Sheeran's deliberate control. Otherwise, always being second would shatter the young girl's confidence too much. Letting her win a few times would motivate her more and in turn force himself to progress. This was a good thing for Sheeran. Hearing that the two of them actually agreed to go to the library together, Ron beside them found it somewhat unbelievable. Could anyone actually like a place like the library? Could it be that sleeping there is more comfortable? Why don't you go try and find out? Forget it, I can experience it right here. Ron slumped over the desk. "When the professor comes later, remember to wake me up." Hogwarts' long classes were generally divided into 2 sessions, with a break in the middle. During the second session, Professor McGonagall gave a detailed explanation targeting the areas where the young wizards frequently made mistakes in the previous class. This time, several more students successfully turned things into needles, while Neville successfully turned it into a needle's butt. "If you put the needle tip from last class and the needle tail from this class together, Mr. Longbottom can also be considered successful," Professor McGonagall commented on this. After class, Neville walked up to Sheeran with his books. Sheeran, I want to thank you again. Really? You're welcome, Neville, we are friends. It's nothing. Neville's hands holding the book slowly tightened, his fingernails unconsciously scratching the cover of the book. To him, the word, friend, was too precious. Yes, we are friends. If there is anything you need my help with, please be sure to tell me. I mean, I'd be happy to be at your service. Neville mustered up the courage and said what he had been thinking about for an entire class. This was a challenge for him. Back in elementary school, he had also said similar things to someone he considered a friend. In return, he only got some mocking. If I reach the point where I need your help, I'd rather die. Although he knew Sheeran wasn't that kind of person, Neville was still a bit nervous. Being bullied for years made him lose almost all confidence, and he even inwardly accepted the labels others stuck on him. Although I might not be able to help much. Neville added in a low voice. No, Neville. You are important. You are my important friend. Sheeran smiled and reached out his hand toward him. Oh, thank you, thank you. Neville was overjoyed and kept saying thank you. It took him a while to remember that he still had a history of magic class to attend. Goodbye, Sheeran. Neville turned to go to the classroom, his face still brimming with a smile. Sheeran called out to him and reminded him with some helplessness, the history of magic classroom is this way. After transfiguration class ended, they had another history of magic class. The professor was a ghost, named Professor Binns. This professor was the only ghost professor at Hogwarts. Although the teaching method was extremely dry and boring, and the monotony was enough to make the vast majority of students drowsy, one had to admit that this professor had startlingly profound knowledge of history of magic. Professor Binns had taught at Hogwarts during his lifetime. Until one day he fell asleep in front of the staff room fireplace and passed away, and the next day he got up as a ghost to go to class, as if nothing had ever happened, not even realizing that he had died. Sheeran felt that it was precisely because of this workaholic spirit that he earned himself a lifelong iron rice bowl. Just think about it, making Dumbledore fire a teacher who still stayed at his post after dying in the line of duty was somewhat unspeakable. Although Professor Binns stayed at his post after dying in the line of duty, which was commendable, his class was truly too boring. When lecturing, he was almost completely immersed in his own world, regardless of whether the students understood or not. He simply read from the book on his own in a wheezing, drawling tone. It felt like attending a 3D projection online class. However, the students didn't hate this class that much. If a teacher didn't call roll or ask questions, lectured as soon as class started and left as soon as it ended, and didn't care whether you slept or daydreamed in class, even if considered a slack teacher, they wouldn't be hated by students. Sheeran initially tried to keep up with Professor Binns's progress. Later, he found that this professor was far too self-absorbed during class, and his tone was far too bizarre, sounding like a swarm of bees buzzing endlessly in one's ears. This was not as comfortable as reading books by oneself. The other students were also slumped crookedly over the desks, some catching up on sleep, others dazing off. In the entire classroom, only one person was listening with beaming spirit. That was Hermione. As for Sheeran, he had already started slacking off. As for the homework, he would just copy Hermione's later. Sheeran took out the money on him and counted it. The 20 galleon one from Theodore Knott, plus the 1 galleon generously gifted by Prefect Roll, and the remaining Hogwarts education funds, 15 silver sickles. 21 galleons and 15 silver sickles could be considered a huge sum of money for Sheeran. Although the exchange rate would fluctuate to a certain extent, under normal circumstances, 1 galleon could be exchanged for about £5 at Gringotts. So right now, Sheeran also had about £110 on him. In Britain in 1991, £110 was enough for an ordinary family to live on for several weeks. Seeing Sheeran counting money, Chris clenched his teeth like an incompetent husband, but dared to be angry without daring to speak. This was my pocket money for a semester. My money. My money. However, this bit of money was still not enough for Sheeran. Putting aside that he loved money and felt cheerful seeing money even if he didn't spend it, he also needed more money. Although going to school, eating, and living at Hogwarts didn't cost money, some potion ingredients or magical items were definitely not free. If he wanted to brew potions, he couldn't possibly go steal ingredients from Snape's private storage room, right? At least not now. In addition, he was also prepared to let that group of people from the orphanage go to school. Knowledge is power. A group of orphans who had never gone to school had limited help to him, at best making small fusses to earn a pittance just to fill the gaps between their teeth. His goal was far beyond that. Sending them to school would allow them to serve as his base in the Muggle world in the future. With education and knowledge, they could help him handle many things. However, there were quite a few people in the orphanage, and the small amount of money he had on hand right now was clearly not enough. Tisk. This money has to be earned. But how to make money? Brew potions and take them to Hogsmeade to sell. It could also be earned from classmates. These pure-blood families are rich one and all, they are all fat sheep. Just as Sheeran was considering how to make money, the news of Chris apologizing to Neville had already spread throughout the school. According to their own understanding, they described this matter as Slytherin apologizing to Gryffindor. After being passed from mouth to mouth, this matter was condensed into the most impactful and captivating information, spreading among the student body in a near brute force manner. While the young wizards were discussing this matter, Dumbledore was feeding Fawkes in the headmaster's office. It was a phoenix, which had accompanied Dumbledore for a very, very long time. Because it wasn't time for Nirvana yet, it looked very beautiful right now. Its whole body was covered in golden and red feathers, and its long tail feathers shimmered in the sunlight. Oh, old friend. What do you think of Sheeran? Fawkes lowered its head to chow down, ignoring the talking to himself Dumbledore. Dumbledore stuffed a cockroach-shaped candy into his mouth, went back to his chair and sat down, his fingers tapping slowly and rhythmically on the tabletop. By lunchtime, the news of Slytherin apologizing to Gryffindor had spread across almost the entire school. Even Snape knew about it. At this moment, he was standing by the window of his office, opening a small crack in the window, looking at the students outside. Harry and Ron were walking past beneath his window. Oh, this fellow has really made a huge splash. Just starting school, and he's already become as famous as you. Looking down from above, Snape didn't see those green eyes, and silently closed the window. He was preparing to teach the first potion class to the newly enrolled young wizards. After lunch, Hermione and Sheeran agreed to go to the library together to do their homework. Professor Binns of History of Magic assigned a 6-inch, about 15 centimeters, essay. It just needed to be finished before the next class, but obviously, they were prepared to finish it ahead of time. Although Hogwarts Castle looked like a behemoth from the outside, with the help of the undetectable extension charm, its interior space was incomparably vast. This made Sheeran and Hermione walk for quite a while before getting from the dining hall to the library. The Hogwarts Library was located on the west side of the 5th floor of the castle, and the space inside was startlingly large. Crisscrossing bookshelves stood silently, with tens of thousands of books neatly arranged on them according to category and book size, and between the bookshelves were a few medium brown desks. There were also a few staircases moving around within them to lead to different floors. Both of these little ones were book lovers. As soon as they arrived at the library, they were as excited as mice falling into a granary. Madame Pants, the librarian, quickly noticed the two little ones who were grinning from ear to ear with joy. At a glance, she knew these were probably this year's new students. New students. She hated new students the most. These overly energetic, mischievous, and chatterbox new students could never remember the library borrowing rules, and what's worse, some even damaged books. Sometimes, she would lend a book out, and when it came back, it looked like it had been through a wizard war, becoming tattered and torn. Madame Pants walked over quickly with a stern expression. Are you two new students? Yes, madam. The two little ones greeted her very politely. Remember, no marking, tearing, folding, staining, damaging, or throwing books. No shouting, no eating in the library, understand? Madame Pants pointed at a library borrowing slip. Also, no going to the restricted section. If books from the general section are to be taken out of the library, they must be approved by me. Hermione and Sheeran nodded, looking very well behaved. This made Madame Pants very satisfied, and her impression of the two of them improved quite a bit. The two of them found an empty desk and placed their homework and books on it. As soon as she sat down, Hermione started flipping through books, preparing to write her history of magic essay. Sheeran, on the other hand, got up to look for a spell book. He had practiced most of the spells in the Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 inch to a good extent, and now he urgently needed to learn some new spells. Although first-year new students would also attend Professor Flitwick's Charms class, that learning speed was too slow. He had to give himself some extra lessons on his own. Sheeran walked past several bookshelves, his gaze sweeping across spine after spine of books, when he suddenly saw a familiar name. Gilderoy Lockhart. Looking at the book titles again, they were all things like Break with a Banshee, Holiday with Hags, Wonder with Werewolves, and the like. Flipping through them casually, Sheeran found that although the titles carried a somewhat sensational tone, the contents were more or less the same. They were all stories recounting how Lockhart exorcised banshees, werewolves, hags, and the like, somewhat like adventure novels. Probably because Lockhart's achievements were all stolen, these stories were also somewhat inconsistent from beginning to end. Although it didn't affect the reading, if one looked into it deeply, it would feel very strange. Even so, these books were indeed written with dramatic ups and downs, and the titles were also eye-catching. Obviously, Lockhart's literary talent was far higher than his magical talent. Putting these books back onto the bookshelf, Sheeran continued to search for the spell book he wanted. Walking along, he drew close to the restricted section. This was an area at the back of the Hogwarts library, separated by a rope, containing materials unsuitable for young students to read. However, Sheeran was quite covetous of it. Although some dark arts were indeed dangerous, they couldn't help being immensely powerful. Might and power never come from a greenhouse. Unfortunately, the books here could only be borrowed after obtaining permission with a professor's personal signature. Sheeran had no way to borrow them right now. Otherwise, he would be very willing to learn a few powerful dark arts attacks. Back away, no getting any closer. Madame Pants, holding a feather duster, popped out from somewhere and looked at Sheeran with a scrutinizing gaze. I warned you just now, you are not allowed to go to the restricted section. Sorry, madam. Sheeran took 2 steps back, indicating that he had no interest in the restricted section. I was just looking for a book and unconsciously wandered over here. I am only a first-year new student. The books in the general section are enough for me to read. Sheeran blinked his eyes twice, looking completely harmless. Madame Pants snorted coldly. It had better be. What book are you looking for? The Standard Book of Spells, grade 3 feet. Hearing the book title, Madame Pants nodded. Waving her wand, a book flew over from a distant bookshelf. Thank you, madam. Sheeran took the book, his mouth as sweet as honey. You found it so fast, you're really amazing. All right, go study, and don't ruin the book. Madame Pants said with a straight face. After Sheeran left, a very faint smile finally appeared on her face. She didn't hate little wizards who loved to read, especially obedient and polite ones. Sheeran took the book back to Hermione's side and found that Hermione had already started writing her history of magic homework. I've already written half an inch. Hermione lifted her chin, blinking at Sheeran. I'll definitely finish before you. Shish. Sheeran made a hush gesture toward her. After glancing at Madame Pants in the distance, he sat in his chair and said in a low voice, if I write faster than you, can you grant me a request? What request? First let's make it clear, you are not allowed to write in huge handwriting. Hermione tilted her head and whispered into Sheeran's ear. Rest assured, just tell me whether you agree or not. Agree if you want, I'll definitely write faster than you. When it came to padding out essays, Sheeran had undergone professional training before. Coupled with the fact that he was writing in English now, it was even simpler. Even though Hermione had good academic grades, she had hardly written any essays back in primary school. Wanting to surpass Sheeran was almost impossible. Pondering over Professor Binz's left-behind history of magic homework for a moment, Sheeran conceived a rough framework in his mind. First, retell the history of magic event, then analyze the impact of this event from multiple angles, and finally conclude with a future outlook. An essay that looked full of content but was actually all formulas was done. After finishing the conception, Sheeran picked up his pen and wrote. He finished writing in less than 30 minutes. Finished writing so quickly. Hermione at the side widened her eyes in shock, looking closely at Sheeran's essay. The handwriting was neither too big nor too small. Although it wasn't very pretty, fortunately it was neat and clear. One could even say it was excessively neat, looking as though it were printed out. How did you manage this? Hermione picked up the essay and looked at it. She found that although Sheeran wrote very quickly, the content was actually passable, which made her somewhat frustrated. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Alright, alright. Afterwards, Sheeran imparted to Hermione a set of answering and word padding techniques summarized and refined by countless predecessors. He let her experience the mighty power of test-oriented education. On this day, Hermione felt as though her brain had been baptized by miraculous knowledge. There's actually this kind of method. Hermione muttered to herself, feeling that her brain had been stuffed with strange knowledge. I lost. Hermione conceded defeat completely. What do you want me to do? Respected Miss Granger, I wonder if I have the honor of having dinner with you. Sheeran took Hermione's hand and blinked at her. Just like this. What else? Sheeran blinked innocently. What bad intentions could a tiny new student from Slytherin possibly have? Hermione agreed, but her expression held a somewhat inexplicable disappointment. At a desk next to them sat a few Slytherin new students, occasionally glancing sideways at the two of them. The two of them finished their homework so fast. Can I borrow his homework to copy? Useless. Shut your mouth. So what if they finished their homework? Friday is Professor Snape's class. A Slytherin student said through gritted teeth, I don't believe it, Pruitt can still have that good of luck in potion class. Another student beside him poked him with an elbow. The two of them seemed to have started previewing the potion class textbook. Hiss. A sound of sharp intakes of breath rang out. What's wrong with those two? Today is only Monday. Why didn't the sorting hat sort them into Ravenclaw? Reading books for potion class is useless, in the end it still depends on practical operation. Someone stubbornly uttered another sentence. Sheeran and Hermione didn't notice what they were saying at all, deeply immersed in the world of overachievers unable to extricate themselves. If you few speak again, get out. Madame Pance's cold voice came from behind those students. Those students instantly fell silent. Wait for potion class, and I'll compete with you again. Hermione and Sheeran were so immersed in the world of overachievers that they couldn't pull themselves out, and soon it was time for dinner. The two packed up their things and walked all the way to the dining hall. The rumor about the apology from the morning was still fermenting, and it even showed a trend of becoming more and more outrageous. However, Sheeran didn't care. These students were at an energetic age and loved to daydream. A bit of gossip in their mouths could turn into a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering major event. Compared to them, Lockhart's storytelling skills were probably much inferior. As soon as Sheeran and Hermione walked into the dining hall, many people looked up at them, and some were still whispering to their companions. What are they saying? Hermione asked. Never mind them. Sheeran looked at the food on the table. Where should we sit? Hermione felt a bit uncomfortable from those gazes. How about we grab some food and go outside to eat? Let's head over to the Black Lake, the evening scenery should be quite nice. That works too. The two took some food from their respective house tables and walked out of the dining hall. A Gryffindor actually hanging out with a Slytherin. Ron watched Hermione's back and said mockingly, maybe the sorting hat sorted her wrong. Slytherin students aren't that bad either. Harry raised his head from his dinner plate. Ron puckered his lips toward Malfoy, who was pushing someone aside. I really wish you'd look at Malfoy before saying that kind of thing. Don't you think Sheeran is different? How come I didn't know your relationship has gotten good enough to use first names? Sheeran and Hermione had a carefree attitude of not caring about what others thought, bringing their food to the edge of the Black Lake and making sandwiches. Hogwarts was located in the Scottish Highlands, and the weather wasn't shrouded in lingering mists all year round like London. Right now it was dusk, the sunset glow illuminated the outlines of the nearby low hills, and the Black Lake was as calm as a piece of dark ink glass. The two picked a spot with a good view to sit down and made sandwiches for each other. Then, accompanied by the green mountains, the sunset glow, and the scenery of the Black Lake, they slowly enjoyed their meal. A breeze rolled over the low hills, running all the way down the slope onto the Black Lake. After stirring up ripples, it ruffled layers and layers of green grass waves. After finishing their sandwiches, Shirin and Hermione didn't rush to leave. Instead, they lay together on the grass by the lake and chatted leisurely. You know what, Shirin? I'm very glad to come to Hogwarts together with you. Me too. We take classes together, do homework together, eat and chat together, just like before. It will be like this afterwards too. Does that mean you'll stay with me all the time? Of course. The sun sank below the hilltop, and the sunset glow gradually faded. Mr. Arthur Weasley returned home after finishing a day of work. He was a thin man. Although somewhat balding, his remaining hair was as red as his children's. He was accustomed to wearing a somewhat worn green robe and looked rather travel-worn. Arthur held his briefcase in one hand, while his other hand hugged a paper bag to his chest. This was a Muggle item he brought out from the ministry. Saying it needed to be disposed of, but actually taking it home to study himself. Although Arthur served as the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, he himself was a Muggle enthusiast who loved studying Muggles and Muggle items. Pushing the door open and entering the house, Arthur found that the lights in the room were somewhat dim. His wife, Molly, was sitting silently by the table. The room had no lights on, with only a few not-so-bright candles lit. A quiet, gloomy atmosphere squeezed inside the room. Perhaps because it had been gloomy for too long, the atmosphere even became somewhat viscous. What's wrong, little Shiver Molly? This was Arthur's pet name for her when they were alone, known only to the two of them. Normally upon hearing this endearment, Molly would feel a bit shy, but today she had no reaction at all, just sitting in a chair holding a letter. The candlelight only illuminated one side of her body, which made it hard for Arthur to even see her expression clearly. Oh, you're back, Arthur. Molly blankly came back to her senses, tugged at the corner of her clothes, and wiped the corner of her eye with the back of her hand holding the letter paper. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go make some for you. No, I care more about you. What happened? Can you tell me about it? Arthur sat down beside her. Molly handed him the letter sent by Professor McGonagall in her hand. Arthur took it, glanced at it, and his wrist couldn't help but tremble slightly. The content of the letter was very simple, asking Molly whether her brother Fabian Pruitt had ever dated a Muggle girlfriend in the past. Suddenly asking about someone who had passed away more than a decade ago was already strange enough. And asking such personal privacy-related questions made it even more baffling. Arthur knew that Professor McGonagall was a very serious person. She couldn't possibly ask such a question for no reason. It's my nephew. Molly finally spoke, her hoarse voice carrying a trace of hard-to-suppress pain. Yesterday when I was sending the kids to Hogwarts, I met a child named Shirin Pruitt at the station. Oh God, Arthur. You don't know. You really don't know. Speaking up to hear, Molly could no longer suppress her inner emotions, and sobs forced their way out from between her teeth. That child, he looks so much like my brother Fabian. I never expected that I would still have a nephew alive. Oh God. Pruitt. I've seen a Pruitt again. Saying this, Molly had already tightly grasped Arthur's hand. Her tear-filled eyes shimmered with a brilliant glow under the reflection of the candlelight. A wave of shock also welled up in Arthur's heart, followed by disbelief. Fabian Pruitt and Gideon Pruitt had sacrificed themselves fighting against Lord Voldemort during the First Wizarding War. To other wizards, the two of them might be heroes. But to Arthur, they weren't just his brothers-in-law, but also his comrades in the Order of the Phoenix. But he had never heard that Fabian had a child. Arthur hugged Molly into his arms, gently patted her back to comfort her, and said, if that child really is your nephew, this is a tremendously good thing. You should be happy. It's not completely certain yet, I've already asked someone to investigate. But I feel there's a high probability that he's my nephew. I could never forget what my brother looked like. He looks way too much like him. Alright, little Shiver Molly, don't cry. Once it's verified, we'll bring him back. Arthur was genuinely happy for Molly. Our family has expanded once again. But this also puts even more pressure on you, Molly choked out. Arthur had a carefree look on his face. Anyway, we already have so many children, one more won't hurt. Fortunately, this time we don't have to raise him from infancy. Speaking up to the end, he made a small joke. Although he served in the Ministry of Magic and even became a head of department, there were simply too many children in their family. Relying on his meager salary was truly a bit stretched. However, that was not only his wife's relative, but also the orphaned child of his comrade in arms. Arthur would never let this child roam outside. Molly gently punched his shoulder, waved her wand, and began to cook. After finishing dinner, Shirin and Hermione each returned to their respective house common rooms. Taking out the standard book of spells, grade 3 inches that he had borrowed from the library and flipping through it, Shirin began to practice new spells according to the records on it. Although the standard book of spells, grade 3 inches didn't record spells that were all that advanced, it was packed with a large quantity, covering many different types of spells. It could be said to be the one with the highest number of spells in this series of textbooks, enough for him to study for quite a while. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. Practicing until he was utterly exhausted, Shirin finally stopped. Looking at the tattered dormitory, Shirin waved his wand. Reparo. All the damaged items were completely repaired in the blink of an eye. Although he had tried his best to control the power when practicing, there was still some commotion, making the young wizard next door so angry that they started pounding on the wall. This won't do, I still need to find a place to practice. Where should I go? The room of requirement. That's it, I'll have to go look for it next time. Thinking for a moment, Shirin cast a newly learned Scourgify on himself, removed the stains from his body, and went to bed. Friday would be Professor Snape's potion class. The trait of potion genius should also come into play. Before Friday's potion class, Shirin had a few more classes to attend. First was the charms class taught by Professor Flitwick. The dean of Ravenclaw House was a short male wizard whose height only reached about Dumbledore's waist. Everyone guessed that he had some goblin ancestry. Although his voice was squeaky when he lectured, he was a genuine charm master and even a dueling champion. To be honest, ordinary young wizards couldn't find a wizard of this caliber anywhere outside of Hogwarts even if they searched with a lantern. Even if one truly had the honor of becoming his apprentice, it was hard to say whether he would teach hand in hand like Flitwick. Not to mention, Professor Flitwick would also take out small, delicious cupcakes from his drawer and make them dance to comfort down and out young wizards. Teachers like this were rare. The first charms class learned Lumos, and the spell was Lumos. Although this spell was very simple, in reality, it was not invented until the 18th century. Because it was simple and easy to learn, as long as you were a wizard, had a wand, and could speak, you would definitely be able to cast it. In the early days, Lumos was even used to distinguish wizards from squibs, with an accuracy rate of almost 100%. It could be said that if someone couldn't learn Lumos, they were definitely not a wizard. The frequency of using this spell was also very high. The famous magizoologist Newt Scamander once lit his wand at Nicholas Flamel's home, checked Yusuf Kama's eyes, and pulled out a water dragon parasite from inside. Professor Flitwick understood the principle that learning required positive feedback to form a virtuous cycle. As long as young wizards successfully cast a small spell, the joy of this success would push them to immerse themselves in magical charms. That was why he chose to teach Lumos in the first class. It was a pity that Shirin had already learned Lumos long ago. He continued to flip through the spell book he borrowed from the library, learning other spells. After the charms class was the defense against the dark arts class. Of course, it could also be called the annual professor class. Teaching this class this year was Professor Quirrell, who came from Ravenclaw House. He was previously a teacher of the Muggle Studies class, and was later drafted by Dumbledore to teach this class. Oh okay, students. Class has begun. Today, what we are going to learn today is. Quirrell's stuttering way of speaking filled the classroom with a cheerful atmosphere. The students all pointed at him, bursting into roaring laughter from time to time. Among them, Malfoy laughed the most exaggeratedly. Quirrell's class was as tasteless as chewing wax, completely stuttering and reading from the book verbatim. The students were also unwilling to listen, and they all frolicked on their own, no one taking him seriously. Sheeran thought to himself that if he were willing to take off his turban and drag Lord Voldemort out for a stroll, this group of chattering young wizards would probably be frightened to death. To be honest, Sheeran felt a bit regrettable in his heart. Quirrell was an academic top student of Ravenclaw, and his knowledge was originally very profound. As a result, he had now become a cowardly professor who only knew how to read verbatim, which made him miss many opportunities to learn. If I go to find Quirrell in private, will Lord Voldemort take over? Sheeran couldn't help thinking in his heart. For some unknown reason, Lord Voldemort, who excelled in dark arts, had a nearly paranoid obsession with teaching the defense against the dark arts class. Even because Dumbledore disagreed with him teaching the defense against the dark arts class, he flew into a rage from embarrassment and cast a curse on this class that even Dumbledore could not undo. Sheeran didn't care who was teaching him. Whether it was Quirrell or Lord Voldemort, knowledge and power themselves had no attributes of good or evil, it all depended on how people used them. Besides, only by studying Lord Voldemort could one fight against Lord Voldemort. Learning the skills of the barbarians to control the barbarians, after all. But he only thought about this idea in his mind and didn't say it out loud. After that was the herbology class by Professor Sprout, the dean of Hufflepuff. She was a chubby witch who would usually stay in the greenhouse, fiddling with the flowers and plants she planted. Therefore, her clothes were always stained with a lot of dirt, making her look less like a scholar and more like a gardener. Welcome to the greenhouse. Professor Sprout stood at the entrance of the greenhouse and said to the young wizards with a serious look. Before the class starts, I need to remind you of a few things first. The herbs in the greenhouse are all magical plants. Even the most ordinary plants have a certain degree of danger. Therefore, without my permission, you cannot touch any plants, and you must wear protective clothing properly. Do you understand? Understood. The students nodded in unison. After entering the greenhouse, Professor Sprout arranged them around a large table, on which sat a circle of herb pots. These moving magical plants made the young wizards feel very novel. Coupled with Professor Sprout's simple and easy-to-understand explanations, they listened to this class with great relish and didn't feel bored at all. But the most surprising thing was Neville. No one expected that he turned out to be the first student to complete Professor Sprout's request. This won Gryffindor 5 points. Neville, you must be a herbology genius, Sheeran said. Thank you, Sheeran. Neville scratched his head a little sheepishly. I don't know what happened either, I succeeded all at once. Looking at the pot of Dittany in front of Neville, Sheeran deliberately praised him greatly, praising Neville until he felt embarrassed, before suddenly changing the subject. If you ask me, you really should study herbology more and not waste your talent. Really. I will definitely study hard. Neville's eyes were firm, as if he had found his direction for study. Good friend, come to me for help if you have any difficulties. Sheeran, you're so good. Neville was very touched. What he didn't know was that actually, from the moment he entered the greenhouse, Sheeran had discovered that every single plant in here was a rare plant of very high value. Taking out a few branches and leaves casually could sell for hundreds of galleons. What Sheeran was thinking in his heart was to let Neville study herbology more, and after he later became a professor of herbology at Hogwarts, wouldn't these precious herbs be picked by him at will? Perhaps we can find a place to build a greenhouse for Neville, the room of requirement should work. At that time, let him cultivate herbs and act as free labor for me. We're all buddies, how could he charge me money? His academic progress and my acquisition of herbs are a win-win good thing. He'll even have to thank me. Sheeran thought happily. Soon Friday arrived, and the new students were about to welcome their first potion class. Because Professor Snape's image of a greasy-haired big bat was deeply rooted in people's hearts, many new students had already heard about him before class. There were also many rumors about him, such as, never washing his hair, such as, not adding a single point to Gryffindor, and not deducting a single point from Slytherin, and, often scolding students to tears in class. This left these newly enrolled young wizards with lingering fears. They all ran to the classroom early, for fear of being late. Look, after finishing his meal and just walking out of the dining hall, Sheeran saw several new students hurrying towards the dungeons. Hurry up, the one teaching potion class is Professor Snape. Don't be late. He's not someone to be trifled with. I heard that every time he has class, he scolds several students to tears. Arriving at the potion class classroom, the first thing Sheeran saw was rows of glass jars placed in the cabinets against the wall, containing all kinds of animal specimens. Timid students still trembled with fear, staying a bit further away from those bottles and jars. Sheeran, come here. Hermione waved at him. Seeing Sheeran walk over, a Slytherin student whispered in a mocking tone. Look, the Chimera combo is here again. What is the Chimera combo? Someone chimed in to play along. A synthetic beast made of a goat, a lion, and a snake. Don't you think it's very fitting to describe certain people? The student who spoke cautiously glanced at Sheeran, and seeing that he hadn't noticed this side, put on a fearless look and said to the people around him. The few people who heard his words burst into laughter together. The Chimera combo was the nickname they gave to Sheeran and Hermione in private, specifically referring to the two of them. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, Sheeran actually still noticed them. 11-year-old young wizards still didn't know how to hide themselves. Although Sheeran didn't hear the sound, judging solely from the changes in their expressions and the looks they gave him, he could tell they definitely weren't saying anything good. So, he tossed a note over. However, this note wasn't for the two people who were talking, but for Theodore Knott. Ever since he lost his hair, Chris had been wearing his pointed hat. This made him look exceptionally conspicuous. He had originally been watching the show with a beaming smile, but upon seeing Sheeran toss a note at him, his smile instantly vanished, and with trembling hands, he opened the note. It simply had two sentences written on it. Mr. Knott, I want to ask, has your hair grown back? Besides, if those two little mice beside you discuss me again, I'll have to find you to spar spells. First asking about his hair, and then talking about sparring spells. Putting these two things together was clearly threatening him. Knott wore a look of grief and indignation. What does this have to do with me? I was just standing there honestly watching the show. Did I provoke or offend you? I didn't even say those words. Thinking this way, under Sheeran's calm gaze, Chris still yielded. He reached out and patted the two guys, warning through gritted teeth. Shut up, all of you. The two young wizards looked at Chris blankly, thinking, what kind of fit is this guy throwing? We weren't even talking about you. What are you getting so anxious for? The two of them were just about to retort when they found that the classroom suddenly quieted down, and even the temperature dropped quite a bit. This made them subconsciously look towards the door. As a result, they happened to see a greasy-haired bat walking aggressively into the classroom. Those two young wizards instantly lost their voice and obediently shut their mouths. Snape's face was taut, and instead of speaking in a hurry, he used silence to oppress the students' nerves. After the atmosphere was completely occupied by this silence, he took out the name list and began roll call. When he called Harry's name, he stopped as expected, reading Harry's name in a bizarre tone. Ha! R.R.Y. Potter. Oh, this is our newcomer, the famous person. Snape rolled his eyelids, glanced at Harry, and quickly finished calling the roll. Potions is a very precise and rigorous course. Snape's voice was very low, but everyone heard it clearly. Because the classroom was simply too quiet. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands, nor do I expect you to truly appreciate the wonderful place where the cauldron simmers over a slow fire, emitting white smoke and wafting wisps of fragrance. Snape pulled his black robes with both hands, like a bat folding its wings. I can teach you how to elevate fame, brew glory, and even prevent death. When saying the end, Snape dragged out his voice almost twice as long. But Slytherin students didn't care at all. They each held their heads high, as if this way they could be noticed by him. Snape curled the corner of his mouth, looking at Gryffindor students with a disdainful gaze. Provided that you are not the kind of fools and idiots I frequently encounter. Before the students could have any reaction, Snape suddenly stared at Harry and asked quickly. Potter. If I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, what would I get? I don't know, sir. Tisk tisk, it seems fame doesn't mean everything. Snape curled his lip disdainfully. Give you another chance, Potter. If I asked you to find me a bazaar, where would you go to look for it? I don't know, sir. Then tell me, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? By the time he said this, Snape had already walked up in front of Harry, staring intently into his emerald green eyes. Although it seemed he was looking at Harry, he was actually yearning for someone else. At this moment, his face was still taut, but in his cold eyes, there were some subtle tremblings. Sheeran watched with great relish from the side. This scene was a classic repertoire, entitled, The Yakuza Tattooed Spicy Teacher Before Turning Over a New Leaf, versus, The Lawless Active Scarred Problem Child. I don't know, sir, Harry said softly. Hermione obviously knows the answer, why don't you ask her? Snape slowly shifted his gaze, turned around and glared at Hermione, who had been raising her hand for a long time and was so anxious she was almost standing up. Put it down. Mr. Sheeran Pruitt. Oh, how could I have forgotten you? The big figure of our Slytherin. After casting a lingering look at Harry's eyes, Snape looked at Sheeran. Please come and teach our famous savior. There's something for me too. Sheeran, who was eating melons on the side, was suddenly called by name, couldn't help straightening his posture, and slowly spoke. Powdered root of asphodel and wormwood added together can brew a powerful sleeping potion. That is the draught of living death. A bazaar is taken from the stomach of a goat and is a stone that can detoxify. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. It seems that those with fame are not all people whose reputation exceeds reality. After Snape subtly poked Harry again, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Answered well. However, if someone had previewed the textbook in advance, they would know how simple a question this is. Only a fool couldn't answer it. Slytherin gets 5 points. Snape was obviously not satisfied with just talking, seized another opportunity to jab Harry, and then turned his head to stare at Hermione and Sheeran. But Pruitt, can you explain why you are sitting together with a Gryffindor student? Several students nearby who had long found Sheeran and Hermione disagreeable looked over here gloatingly. Finally, a professor noticed this problem. Sheeran looked up and locked eyes with Professor Snape. Professor Snape, Hermione is my friend. Does studying and attending classes together violate school rules? Don't you have good friends in Gryffindor? His successive questioning made the corners of Snape's mouth twitch. Good friends in Gryffindor. Although he suffered endless torment from Gryffindor students when he was at school, his best friend was also a Gryffindor student. It's just that, he had lost her himself. He fell motionless into silence, until the students began to guess whether Snape had been hit with the Petrificus Totalis, before he opened his mouth and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Class. Snape put them into pairs and distributed materials to them. He even deliberately assigned Sheeran and Hermione into a group. To ensure sufficient materials, Snape prepared 3 sets of materials for each group, but when it came to Sheeran, he only gave him 2 sets. I heard that a spell genius came to Slytherin. On the very first day of school, he sparred spells with a classmate. Well then, Mr. Pruitt. Maybe you are also a potion genius. Why don't you let me witness it? Just missing 1 set of materials, and it makes things difficult for you. Snape said. Some students had already started booing. This must be a piece of cake for the famous Mr. Pruitt, right? Missing a set of materials means missing a chance. This Slytherin is probably going to make a fool of himself. Ron gloated a little. Hermione frowned, somewhat worried. Are 2 sets of materials enough? What if it fails? It's fine, 2 sets of materials are enough. Sheeran took the materials and said with a smile, with the 2 of us cooperating, how could we not succeed? Snape was right, he really did have the potion genius entry. That's true. Hermione also gained confidence. Ever since before, cooperation between the 2 of them had never failed. Not even once. The students began to make potion, while Snape dragged his black cloak, walking back and forth in the classroom. Whenever he saw some students' erroneous operations, he never stinted on his criticism. Oh, God, I truly hope you can squeeze your barren brains well. Even if you squeeze out just a tiny bit of wisdom, you wouldn't make potions like this. What is this thing of yours? Syrup. Do it over. The color is not pure enough, pour it out and do it over. Like a large bat, Snape patrolled every corner of the classroom, and wherever he passed, wails invariably arose. However, he had high praise for Malfoy's method of stewing slugs. Just before everyone could go and look, a thick green smoke suddenly burst out from Neville's cauldron, followed by a sizzling sound. Almost in an instant, his cauldron was burned and warped out of shape, and the potion inside burst violently, splashing toward Sheeran's side. I have to admit, this cauldron brewed by Neville was the true boil cure potion. Anyone splashed by the potion would instantly break out in boils all over their skin. Furthermore, it was extremely acidic, and the splashed potion even burned holes through several students' shoes. It might not be enough as a healing potion, but it's not a bad choice as a means of attack. Thinking this, Sheeran pulled Hermione back a step. The two of them waved their wands simultaneously. Scourgify. Idiot. Snape roared at Neville. I suppose you didn't remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills, did you? Neville was terrified out of his wits, and with boils all over his face, he couldn't speak at all. Take him to the hospital wing. Snape turned his head and snapped at Seamus. Potter. Why didn't you tell him not to add the porcupine quills? Snape could drag Harry into anything. Do you think his mistake makes you look good? Gryffindor loses another point because of you. No one in the classroom dared to speak, and almost everyone stared blankly at Snape like petrified chicks. What are you all staring at? Waiting for me to brew the potion for you. Amidst Snape's roar, the others frantically went back to work. Sheeran, I'm afraid this pot of potion has to be dumped. Hermione looked at the cauldron in front of her with an ugly expression. Perhaps some of the potion that had splashed from Neville's cauldron earlier had gotten into theirs, directly ruining their batch. Now they only had one portion of ingredients left. Standing on the podium, Snape looked down at them from above, with no intention of providing them with extra ingredients. Those students who had gathered before class to speak ill of Sheeran were also watching them with schadenfreude. In their hearts, they anticipated that their cauldron would suddenly explode, covering both of their faces with a bunch of boils. It seems we only have one chance left. Sheeran glanced at Snape. Can we succeed? Hermione asked. With you here, we'll definitely succeed. Sheeran handed her the tools on the desk. Let's process the ingredients together. The boil cure potion was just a simple potion, and the most crucial parts were the heat control and the timing of adding the ingredients. He had already known these things by heart while previewing the textbook, and now he just needed to get the materials ready. Sheeran ground the snake fangs into powder. Hermione used tweezers to pick up the slugs, put them into the cauldron to stew, and carefully controlled the heat with her wand at the same time. After she took out the stewed slugs, Sheeran poured out the water in the cauldron and reheated it. In the meantime, Hermione finely chopped the dried nettles and set them aside for later use. The water in the cauldron quickly began to steam. Seizing the right moment, Sheeran dropped the snake fang powder and nettles in. After stirring it according to the method in the textbook, the nettles and snake fang powder dissolved together rapidly. The color of the potion in the cauldron also turned black. At this moment, another plume of thick green smoke billowed in the classroom, and someone shouted, "Hiss! Get out of the way!" Several students wailed miserably as they were burned by the splashing potion. Seeing that it was Slytherin students, Snape's expression instantly became even uglier. Having such brain-barren idiots in his own house made him feel disgusted. If they weren't Slytherin students, he would have heavily deducted points from them already. 2 consecutive accidents made the remaining students' hearts flutter with anxiety, and even Hermione couldn't help but worry. After all, they only had one portion of ingredients left now, leaving no room for error. If they didn't succeed, Hermione shook her head, drove the messy thoughts out of her brain, and carefully lifted the cauldron off the fire. Be careful, Sheeran. Don't worry. Sheeran stared at the potion in the cauldron, a flash of inspiration suddenly jumping into his mind, and he didn't immediately put the porcupine quills in as recorded in the textbook. What's wrong, Sheeran? The book says we need to put the porcupine quills in right away. Hermione urged anxiously. Unhurriedly, Sheeran silently counted to 3 in his heart before dropping 2 porcupine quills in and stirring it once more according to the textbook's technique. As soon as the stirring was finished, the potion in the cauldron instantly changed. A burst of pink smoke rose from the cauldron, and the color of the potion also shifted from a heavy black to dark green. Is this considered a success? Hermione put out the fire under the cauldron stand and placed the cauldron back onto the rack. Sheeran flipped through the textbook and found the description of the boil cure potion. Pink smoke, dark green potion, that should be it. Successfully crafted a bottle of perfect boil cure potion. Potion genius. Proficiency +2. The two of them poured the finished potion into a potion vial. Hermione held it up to her eyes to examine it closely, compared it with the description in the textbook, and couldn't help exclaiming, "We succeeded. We succeeded on the very first try." Across the classroom, Snape, who had just scolded several students to tears, saw that the two of them seemed to have finished, and walked over with heavy clacking steps, scrutinizing the cauldron that still held traces of the potion. To brew a bottle of perfect boil cure potion was effortless for a potion master like Snape. However, many first-year students had never touched potions before entering school. Even if they could succeed, the quality of the potion was rarely satisfying. Yet Sheeran and Hermione had actually made a bottle of boil cure potion that could be called perfect. This left Snape somewhat surprised inwardly. Hermione tightly gripped the potion vial in her hand, feeling somewhat nervous. From the start of class until now, Snape had already sent away 2 waves of students and scolded several people to tears. If her and Sheeran's pot of potion weren't up to standard, they would probably be in for a severe tongue lashing. Not bad, barely passing. Snape raised his head and reluctantly drew out his tone, 1 point, each. The other students who heard this instantly erupted into an uproar. Everyone knew that Snape never awarded points to Gryffindor students. Today he actually made an exception. Although it was only 1 point, it broke the convention. This was another big piece of news. The Slytherin students all looked at Sheeran with sour feelings in their hearts. They had originally wanted to use Snape's prestige to deflate his arrogance, but they never expected that Sheeran would also have such a talent in potions. This made them feel somewhat defeated. Chris squeezed into the crowd, trying his best not to stand out too much. It was actually useless, seeing as he was wearing a very conspicuous pointed hat. He felt somewhat fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, he had done what Sheeran's note said earlier. Malfoy glared at Sheeran with some anger. His potion was also done, but he was a step slower than Sheeran, so Snape hardly noticed him. "Thank you, Professor Snape," Sheeran thanked with a smile. "The two of you cooperated well. It's all Hermione's credit. Her processing of the ingredients was extremely perfect." Sheeran pulled Hermione in front of him. "If it weren't for working with her, I wouldn't have been able to make it at all. No, the ingredients were processed together by Sheeran and me, and he controlled the heat." Hermione hurriedly said, "This isn't entirely my credit." Professor Snape's gaze shifted from Sheeran and landed on Hermione. He twitched the corner of his mouth, just about to say something sarcastic. But the words stopped abruptly on the tip of his tongue. He knew in his heart that Hermione was a very smart girl. Smart and hardworking, just like Lily back then. Thinking of this, Snape suddenly clenched his teeth, and his heart trembled violently. He suddenly realized with a start that the Hermione before him was surprisingly similar to Lily to a certain extent. Bloodline, house, and talent. Once this thought popped up, it was like devil's snare, wantonly occupying Snape's brain, entangling him so tightly that he couldn't extricate himself from it no matter what. Snape turned his gaze away with some difficulty. But as his perspective shifted, the figures of Sheeran and Hermione suddenly crashed into his field of vision again. This subjected his brain to an even more violent impact once more. Behind these 2 children, he suddenly saw 2 other figures. One was himself, and the other was the person he had yearned for day and night, unforgettable. Lily and Hermione were too much alike. Both sets of parents were Muggles, both were equally smart, and both were in Gryffindor. He and Sheeran were also too much alike. Both were half-bloods, both had a talent for potions, and both were in Slytherin. It matched. Everything matched. This left his mind in utter chaos, and he abruptly turned around, not daring to look at the 2 children anymore. "For your cooperation, 5 more points to each of you." Snape tried his best to calm his voice down. He thought to himself, If he hadn't said those irretrievable words back then, perhaps he and Lily would be just like Sharon and Hermione now. Even though he knew this matter was completely impossible now, Snape still projected his expectations onto Sharon and Hermione. The surrounding students were even more dumbfounded upon hearing Snape's words. In the span of a single class, Professor Snape had added 6 points to Gryffindor. 6 points. The exact same thought arose in the hearts of everyone present. If I told this to anyone else, they would definitely think I've gone mad. Oh, now those two are going to be even more smug, Ron said somewhat indignantly. I really wish this fellow weren't my cousin. Being tied up with a Slytherin makes my whole body uncomfortable. When Snape walked past him, seeing Harry's facial features that so closely resembled his father's, he instantly felt a wave of nausea. Mr. Weasley, since you have the time to talk, why don't you brew your potion? Snape shouted loudly. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Well, first add points and then deduct points. Wasn't the point gap just widened like that? Ron was also unlucky. Not only was he sitting next to Harry, but he was also talking trash about Hermione to Harry. Wouldn't that just make Snape project even more? Hermione wore an expression of utter indignation. The points she had just earned hadn't even warmed up yet. And now they were deducted again. Is this guy an idiot? The points I just earned were earned from Professor Snape, of all people. Can't he use his barren brain to think about how difficult that is? Hermione was both furious and distressed, even using words that Snape frequently muttered. Sharon felt somewhat helpless as well. Ron had pretty much been like this the whole time at first. Although his nature wasn't bad, he was purely just a little brat. He had older brothers above him and a younger sister below him. He was neither the youngest child who received the most affection nor the eldest brother who bore the highest expectations. Stuck awkwardly in the middle, even his wand, which was infinitely important to a wizard, was a used one passed down from his older brothers. This inevitably made him feel somewhat inferior. And excessive inferiority, just like excessive arrogance, was a poison strong enough to destroy a person. Hermione remained somewhat resentful right up until the end of the class. I really don't understand. Why does this guy dislike you so much? Because I'm in Slytherin, I suppose. Can't this idiot see that you are different from the other Slytherins? Hermione hugged her books, her walking steps growing much heavier with anger. Some notions can't be changed back overnight. Sharon shrugged helplessly. Pure-blood wizards like Ron had been exposed to things in the wizarding world from a very young age. They were also very familiar with the matters of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, so they developed preconceived notions very early on. Since childhood, he had heard many negative evaluations about Slytherin from his family and elders. Coupled with Malfoy and the others acting against them all day long, it wasn't surprising that he held a prejudice against Slytherin. Stereotypes formed over many years could certainly not be reversed within just a few days. However, if one really had to say it, Ron didn't seem wrong either. Sharon was no different from other Slytherins, and could even be said to be even purer. He just knew how to put on an act. Alright, stop being angry. Sharon blinked at Hermione. I'll take you somewhere fun. You don't want to go to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, do you? Hermione abruptly stopped in her tracks, turned her head to remind him, that place is a forbidden area. No, rest assured. Then what kind of place is it? Temporarily confidential. It won't be a surprise if I tell you now. Besides, we need to go see how Neville is doing first. Hermione nodded. I hope he's all right now. The two of them walked together toward the Hogwarts hospital wing. While walking on the road, they also discussed how to comfort Neville when they saw him. In the end, they decided that whatever they did, they must not laugh. The Hogwarts hospital wing was well equipped and could handle most ordinary or magical diseases and injuries, including treating broken and missing bones. Only some severe illnesses would be transferred to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Small accidents like this that happened while brewing boil potion could be completely and independently resolved by the hospital wing. Sharon walked into the hospital wing and found 2 wailing students lying on the hospital beds inside. They were still wearing Quidditch team uniforms. They probably fell accidentally during training. A tall witch was treating them. That should be Madame Pomfrey. What was somewhat strange was that several young wizards had clearly been sent over during the potion class, but now only Neville was still lying in bed, and nobody knew where the others had gone. At this moment, Neville had a white cloth covering his face, revealing only a pair of eyes looking at the ceiling. Neville, how are you feeling? Sheeran walked to the side of the hospital bed. Oh, Sheeran, and Hermione, why are you here? Neville tilted his head slightly, facing them with his only exposed eye. I mean, I'm fine. Madame Pomfrey has already done the initial treatment, and now I just need to apply some potion. Where are the others? Hermione glanced at the other hospital beds. Weren't you sent here first? How come they disappeared first? If it wasn't for the white cloth separating. Well, even without the white cloth, the two of them couldn't see that Neville was blushing right now. After all, the boils on his face were already red enough. Neville looked guiltily toward the ceiling, stammering for a long time without saying the reason. All right, Mr. Longbottom. This is the last bottle of potion for treating boils. Remember, this is for topical application, don't drink it again. Otherwise, you would have recovered long ago. When Madame Pomfrey passed by the hospital bed, she took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Neville. Madame Pomfrey. Neville was exposed face to face and instantly became anxious. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice that your friends were here. As soon as Madame Pomfrey finished speaking, another young wizard was sent in. She hurriedly turned around, trotting all the way over while muttering incessantly. Another young wizard. What are the professors of Hogwarts doing? They are simply too irresponsible. Oh, poor child. It was clear that Madame Pomfrey's good mood was inversely proportional to the number of young wizards sent into the hospital. The fewer young wizards sent over, the happier she was. With so many people here now, her mood was very bad. Seeing the bottle of potion Madame Pomfrey shoved to Neville, Sheeran and Hermione exchanged a glance and turned around with great tacit understanding. Both of their shoulders trembled uncontrollably. After a long while, the two of them turned back around with grinning mouths. Were you guys laughing just now? Neville asked. No. Sheeran and Hermione shook their heads simultaneously. Really not? Neville asked again. Of course not. The two of them nodded very firmly. Compared to this, let me help you apply the potion. Sheeran skillfully changed the subject. He took the potion from Neville's hand and lifted the white cloth covering his face. Whoa! Hermione couldn't help letting out an exclamation. The boils on Neville's face were red and swollen, distorting half of his face. Getting closer, one could even see a thin layer of pus slowly flowing out from the boils. No wonder he wanted to cover his face with a white cloth, this was indeed a bit creepy. But Sheeran didn't care at all. After using the cotton gauze nearby to help Neville clean away the pus, he began applying medicine to him. He furrowed his brows slightly, his expression solemn, and his movements gentle, without the slightest bit of disgust. Hermione watching from the side thought to herself that Sheeran was truly too kind. Woo-woo. Thank you, Sheeran. Neville was even more moved to the point of crying. Do you remember what I said a few days ago? Sheeran asked. Huh. Neville was stunned by his question. I said we are friends, and since we are friends, you don't need to be so polite. Sheeran smiled at him and continued applying medicine to him. He found that the bottle of potion given by Madame Pomfrey was very effective. The skin where the potion had just been applied quickly returned to its original state. This surprised him somewhat. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were truly no joke. No wonder there had always been rumors that St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had invited her to join many times, promising her the position of vice dean, but Madame Pomfrey firmly refused. Even so, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries still welcomed her at any time and reserved the position of vice dean for her. As for the reason behind it, no one could say for sure. Hearing Sheeran's words, Neville shed tears of emotion. Sheeran is truly my good friend. Just as he was feeling moved, he suddenly heard Sheeran say, after I finish applying medicine for you, I'll take you somewhere. I got a greenhouse for you from there, so you can cultivate herbology yourself in the future. Neville, you have talent. If it goes to waste, my heart will ache. Of course his heart would ache. If Neville's talent were buried, he would lose a talented free laborer, and might not be able to easily get rare plants afterwards. Not making a profit was equivalent to a loss. If he really lost out, it would be a huge loss. This was something Sheeran could not tolerate. Thank you, Sheeran, Neville choked out. Aside from his family, no one had ever valued him this much. Such an outstanding person as Sheeran was not only willing to be friends with him, but also helped him apply medicine without any disgust at all, and even kept his studies and future in mind. This made him feel like he was simply the happiest person in the world. Could anyone in the world find a better friend than Sheeran? He practically thought of everything for him everywhere. This friend, Neville Longbottom, am determined to make. Neville swore silently in his heart. Risking the bloodline and honor of the Longbottom family, he must study herbology hard and never fail Sheeran's expectations. Even Hermione on the side couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sheeran was simply too good, always thinking of his friends in every way. How could there be such a good person? She really didn't know how Slytherin House's luck could be so good to have a student like Sheeran. After applying the medicine, the boils on Neville's face quickly disappeared. Madame Pomfrey, thank you for curing my friend. Goodbye. Sheeran obediently greeted Madame Pomfrey. Oh, you're welcome. Be careful in the future. Madame Pomfrey had noticed just now that this little fellow was helping Neville apply the potion. Now as he was leaving, he actually didn't forget to greet her. She instantly felt that this little fellow was a kind and polite good child. This greatly increased Madame Pomfrey's affection for Sheeran. Let's go, we have to find the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy being beaten with a club by a troll first before we can find that place. Sheeran led Hermione and Neville all the way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. After walking around for a bit, they finally found that famous tapestry. Barnaby the Barmy on it was a wizard, and the scene on the tapestry showed him being heavily beaten by several trolls holding giant clubs. This is Barnaby the Barmy. Why was he beaten? Neville asked, raising his head to look at the tapestry. Because he wanted to teach trolls how to dance. Look, they are even wearing ballet skirts. After she finished speaking, Hermione added, I read about it in a book. Neville laughed, he must be crazy. Everyone knows trolls are both stupid and barbaric. In fact, this tapestry wasn't made to commemorate Barnaby the Barmy's foolish behavior. Rather, it implied that using the room of requirement requires respecting basic rules. One cannot, like Barnaby the Barmy, ignore the nature and behavioral laws of trolls and attempt to teach them ballet. Just like how the room of requirement cannot directly conjure food. Sheeran glanced at the direction facing the tapestry and turned to walk in front of a stone wall. Reaching out to touch the thick stone wall, Neville asked with confusion, there is nothing here at all. Don't worry, there will be in a moment, Sheeran smiled. After confirming the position was correct, Sheeran paced back and forth in front of this stone wall 3 times while chanting silently in his heart. I need a greenhouse for cultivating herbs. Hermione and Neville were surprised to find that on the stone wall where there was originally nothing, a circular arched door outlined by flowing light actually appeared. Both of them were shocked and excited, shouting one after another. Sheeran, look quickly. A door has really appeared. Alright, let's go in and take a look. Sheeran didn't hesitate, leading them to push the door open and walk in. The first thing the 3 of them saw was a vast room, and immediately they smelled a scent unique to soil. The room was very bright, and the gentle sunlight passed through the glass dome, spilling over every corner. Sheeran nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that is expected of the room of requirement. It even thought of the sunlight needed for cultivating herbs, truly thoughtful. No wonder back then when Dumbledore urgently needed a washroom, the room of requirement conjured a room full of all kinds of chamber pots for him. It really is thoughtful enough. Are these soils actually real? Neville stepped on the soft and fertile soil with some surprise. Hermione looked at Sheeran somewhat strangely and asked, how did you find this place? Oh, last time when I passed by, I wanted a washroom, and I discovered this room. It conjured a room full of all sorts of chamber pots for me. Later when I came again, it changed into other appearances according to my wishes. Sheeran began to spout nonsense smoothly, so I deduced that it should also be able to turn into a greenhouse, or other rooms. How magical. Hermione nodded without any suspicion. Silver-tongued. Proficiency +1. Neville, You can try making it conjure rain or wind, remember to concentrate. Okay, I'll try. Neville closed his eyes, frowned tightly, and tentatively whispered, "Let it rain." As soon as his voice fell, the room that was originally overflowing with gentle sunlight instantly began pouring with heavy rain. Neville was surprised to find that he could even control the location of the rain. Too magical, this room is extremely convenient for cultivating herbs. Neville exclaimed sincerely. Of course, this is the room of requirement after all. Even Hermione couldn't help trying it out, making the room wind and snow alternately, having endless fun. After a good while, she reluctantly changed the room back to sunny weather. This area is left for Neville to cultivate herbs. Sheeran gently waved his wand, dividing the entire room into two large and small areas. The large one had no floor, exposing soft soil, while the small one was paved with a layer of stone bricks. This smaller area will be used for practicing spells, or resting and studying. Sheeran put away his wand and turned to ask Neville, "Neville, have you learned Accio?" Before on the train, he had suggested Neville learn Accio so that it would be convenient for him to find Trevor. Now school had started for about a week, and he wondered how well he was learning it. Neville scratched his head a bit sheepishly. "Not yet, Accio is too difficult. I'll practice with you." "Really?" Neville showed a face of surprise. "That's great." Saying they practiced together, in reality it was Sheeran teaching him step by step. Don't rush, concentrate. Pay attention to hand posture. Right, remember this feeling. After teaching Neville more than a dozen times in a row, until he could make the book move position, did he stop. "Sorry Sheeran, I'm too stupid." Neville looked somewhat dejected. Sweat trickled down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Using and practicing spells is an extremely energy-consuming matter. Even without much range of motion, high-intensity spell practice will still make people feel utterly exhausted. Therefore, in the wizarding world, mana bars and magic power actually depend on the wizard's mental strength. The same spell, when cast by different people, has different effects. This depends on the wizard's mental strength and degree of familiarity with the spell. This is also why the black fire cast by Grindelwald could almost set Paris on fire, while the black fire cast by some people can only be used to roast potatoes. This is also the chasm between geniuses and mediocrities. Remember that feeling just now. As long as you keep practicing, you will definitely succeed. Sheeran patted his shoulder and encouraged, even Dumbledore didn't become a top wizard right from the start. You rest for a while, and continue practicing later. Hermione, who looked over here from time to time, noticed that Sheeran had freed up, and asked as if nonchalantly, "Sheeran, there is a spell I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me?" Actually, how could there be any spell she didn't understand? The little girl just wanted to find Sheeran to chat. After the two simply discussed it for a while, the little girl went to practice by herself with satisfaction. Sheeran finally had some free time to flip through the spell book he carried with him. Finally, this practice ended with Neville making the book fly half a meter skimming the ground. After instructing the two to keep the room of requirement secret, Sheeran led them out. As a result, just as they went down one floor, they were stopped by someone. "Thank goodness, I finally found you." Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil, turned her head and shouted excitedly, "Lavender, she's right here." Hermione's other roommate, Lavender Brown, ran over at a 100-meter sprint speed. Grabbed hold of her hand. "Where did you go? We've been looking for you for half a day. What's wrong? What happened?" Hermione felt somewhat strange as to why her two roommates suddenly became so enthusiastic. "Oh God, you don't know yet. You added 6 points to Gryffindor from Professor Snape, and this matter has spread like wildfire. We all want to know how you did it." "Yeah." Hermione wore a wry smile, but in a single class, he deducted 7 points from Gryffindor. That's nothing. If one day he stops deducting points from Gryffindor, everyone will probably think he drank the wrong potion. Stop thinking about these for now, tell us first how you did it. Parvati and Lavender each held one of Hermione's hands and walked towards the Gryffindor common room. "See you tomorrow, Sheeran." Hermione didn't forget to look back and say goodbye to Sheeran. Who would have thought that Snape adding points to Gryffindor could actually cause such a sensation? It seems his image of not adding a single point to Gryffindor, and not deducting a single point from Slytherin, is truly deeply rooted in people's hearts. Shaking his head, Sheeran and Neville continued downstairs. While turning a corner, Neville was still thinking about Accio and abruptly bumped into someone. A round dung bomb, seemingly rolled by a giant dung beetle, arched through the air and was about to land on the ground. Oh, watch out. Fred supported a bag with both hands and caught the dung bell. If it falls to the ground, this dung bomb will be wasted. It still has a big use. That's right, use one and there's one less. George picked up the conversation. I'm truly sorry, I was daydreaming. Neville snapped back to his senses and hastily apologized. It's fine. Fred and George finished speaking simultaneously, and then spoke at the same time. Do you guys want to buy a dung bomb to play with? A dung bomb is a magical stink bomb that emits a rotting odor, invented in the 1880s. It is a prank item deeply loved by the Weasley twins. They once placed a dung bomb under their great-aunt Muriel's chair. As a result, she was so furious that she never visited their home again. Even when writing her will, she specifically stated that she would not leave them anything. Even so, the Weasley twins still loved dung bombs deeply. They would even pitch them whenever they found an opportunity. If I remember correctly, this is a contraband item, right? Neville swallowed hard. Headmaster Dumbledore emphasized. George and Fred curled their lips simultaneously and said nonchalantly, Dumbledore keeps emphasizing that dung bombs are contraband items simply because of Filch's demand. Even if you don't plan to play a prank, you can buy one for self-defense. Fred opened the bag wide and showed off his little darlings. In case someone bullies you, you just throw one onto his head. George immediately picked up where he left off. If he happens not to know Scourgify, then it'll be really fun. The smell will cling to him constantly, and even drill into his nostrils while he sleeps. So do you want one? Purchase now, and we'll throw in the spell to detonate the dung bomb. Guaranteed to work. After George finished speaking, Fred immediately followed his rhythm. Then the two of them turned their heads at the same time and spoke together, these are our little darlings. Neville hurriedly shook his head. He hadn't even learned Scourgify himself, so he wouldn't dare touch this thing. How much for one? Sheeran, on the other hand, asked about the price with great interest. He was genuinely a bit interested in this thing. During potion class, weren't those two little mice beside not badmouthing him behind his back? 101 Reading Network offers a great experience. 101 KKS. COM Easy Reading All Hand Typed Error-Free Station. He was a man who returned every grievance with vengeance, and even if he hadn't heard it, he would still retaliate. And they would ask for a higher price. Since they dared to talk foul, he would get them something even fouler. Adding a little extra when returning tit for tat could be considered his exclusive complimentary gift. Coincidentally, the two of them seemed to be roommates, which made it convenient for him to take action. Fred and George exchanged a glance and raised their eyebrows at each other. According to their experience, a customer asking for the price was a very good sign. 4 silver sickles. But there's a discount now, 3 silver sickles each for you. This price was actually a bit more expensive than outside, but at Hogwarts, it was considered a conscience price. No matter what, it was contraband, and after buying it, they still had the cost of hiding it, so it wasn't ripping people off. I want to. Deal, thanks for your patronage. After teaching Sheeran the spell to detonate the dung bomb, the Weasley twins bid farewell and left. Walking on the road, Fred glanced back and asked softly, did we sell them too expensively? Not at all. We sell at this price to everyone else too. But what if he really is Uncle's child? Then he would be our cousin. George was momentarily speechless. We'll talk about that when the time comes. The two of them immediately started scheming again. What kind of prank items should they buy? Or save it up? They had always wanted to start a magical trick workshop and had been saving money for it, which was also the reason why they pitched dung bombs. The news that Snape awarded points to Hermione in potion class spread quickly. Just like the previous incident where not apologized to Neville, these students didn't care about the truth of the matter and insisted on elevating the issue to the level of the entire house. Students from Gryffindor and Slytherin were all discussing this animatedly. The difference was that Gryffindor students were all looking for Hermione, regarding her as a warrior who could win points for Gryffindor from Snape's hands. Meanwhile, Slytherin students were indignant about the matter. It's ridiculous, there is definitely something wrong. It must be that guy Sheeran who slipped a love potion to Professor Snape. Otherwise, why would he add points to Gryffindor? Isn't this too abnormal? Noah Bulstrode and Oliver Baker in the lounge cursed Sheeran fiercely as a traitor helping the enemy. These two people were the ones who gave nicknames to Sheeran and Hermione during potion class. While they were talking, they kept staring at the door of the lounge. Whenever someone came in, they would suddenly quiet down, and only after seeing that the person coming in wasn't Sheeran would they continue speaking. After having a simple dinner in the Great Hall, Sheeran returned to the lounge. The two people who were chirping and high-spirited just moments before instantly became like chickens choked by the neck, unable to make a sound, and even guiltily turned their heads away. Hey, I was just looking for the two of you. Sheeran sneered inwardly. Sheeran lifted his footsteps, walked up to them, and asked, do either of you two know Scourgify? Those two thought he had learned some new spell and came over to show off to them, instantly growing furious. Noah Bulstrode from the Pure Blood family snorted coldly and said in an extremely arrogant tone. My family has a house elf. Minor matters like this don't require me to act at all. Another half-blood Oliver was not to be outdone. My family also has servants. The two seemed to find some sense of superiority from this matter and taunted smugly. So what even if you know Scourgify? You still can't get rid of that poor, sour smell on you. Oliver fanned his palm in front of his nose, looking at the old clothes on Sheeran. Mr. Pruitt, you'd better stay away from us. The poor, sour stench on you is choking me. Sheeran nodded. After saying such a long piece of nonsense, Sheeran could tell that neither of these two knew Scourgify. That made things easy. Gentlemen. Sheeran smiled at them, wish you a good dream tonight. Hearing Sheeran say such words, after a brief moment of bewilderment, the two of them both thought this fellow was afraid of them. Thus, they began an intracranial climax. He's not as powerful as the rumors say. Exactly, next time we must teach him a lesson. That's right, make him kneel down and beg us. Just as the two of them were getting more and more heated in their talk, the door to the lounge suddenly opened. Malfoy swaggered in with his two underlings. Noah and Oliver shut their mouths like a reflex. It took a long while before they realized that Sheeran had already passed by. People were already gone, what was there to fear? So the two of them started their spiritual victory method again and talked to themselves. After returning to his dormitory, Sheeran did not rush to sleep. Instead, he continued browsing that book, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. After all, he still had activities later. Spell Inspiration. Proficiency +1. After reading for a good while, Sheeran estimated that the time was about right. So he got up, left his dormitory, and walked all the way to the door of Noah and Oliver's dormitory. Sheeran first tried pushing the door, and sure enough, it was locked. These two people were quite cautious. But unfortunately, Sheeran had long since learned Alohomora. Alohomora. The door opened. Looking at the two sleeping people, Sheeran showed a cruel smile in the dark. Dung bombs could not be touched by hand, otherwise it would dirty one's hands. So Sheeran used his wand to make them levitate. Show yourself, little darling. Hermione was pulled back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room by her two roommates. A portrait hung here, featuring a plump woman in pink clothes whom the students all called the Fat Lady. To enter the Gryffindor common room, one had to tell her the password. Password? Asked the Fat Lady. Dragon dung. Upon hearing the correct password, the portrait swung forward lazily, revealing a round hole in the wall. Hermione and her two roommates crawled in one after another. Fantastic. As soon as he saw them, Lee Jordan, who served as the commentator for the Quidditch match, shouted, entering now is Miss Granger, who heroically wrested 6 points from Snape's hands. This is clearly a victory. Lee Jordan continued using his Quidditch commentary skills. This Gryffindor hero is walking towards us. Truly magnificent. What a brilliant class. Lee Jordan exclaimed with great emotion, as if he had witnessed the scene in the potion class with his own eyes. Miss Granger has broken Snape's blockade against Gryffindor. I dare say this class will be talked about for many years. Brilliant! Shouted a classmate who had never spoken to Hermione before. Parvati patted Hermione's shoulder and leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead. As if she had just won the Quidditch World Cup. Quickly tell us, what on earth happened today? Someone shouted loudly. Lavender gave Hermione an encouraging look. Everyone is waiting, come on. Hermione was somewhat overwhelmed by their exaggerated demeanor. She hadn't expected that merely gaining a few points from Snape, which would likely be deducted soon anyway, would cause such a commotion. Many students even deliberately skipped a class and returned early to wait for her. Sitting or standing, they all looked at Hermione with bright, gleaming eyes. Some were even applauding loudly. It was no wonder they were so excited. After all, Snape was notoriously known for, Gryffindor doesn't get a single point added, and Slytherin doesn't get a single point deducted. Yet today, not only did he add points to Gryffindor, but he directly added 6 points. Merlin's smelly socks. 6 points. This matter was so abnormal that they could hardly believe it. In fact, students of all times and places were the same. Even students in a magic school easily felt bored most of the time. At times like this, if gossip about a teacher they both hated and feared spread out, they would probably skip sleep just to join in the excitement. Not to mention these naturally energetic little lions of Gryffindor. They crowded around Hermione and asked impatiently. Tell us quickly, I beg you, Miss Granger. I'm not very sure why either. I think it should be Sheeran's credit. Ron, sitting in the corner, raised his head, glanced at the crowded Hermione, curled his lips, and said, why aren't they asking us? Aren't we taking the class together? Although we were taking the class together, deducting points from Gryffindor is nothing unusual. Harry felt somewhat helpless. He didn't want to recall the situation in class at all. It was one thing that Snape didn't like him, but he always liked staring into his eyes. It was too creepy. Pulled by her classmates, Hermione recounted the situation of today's potion class several times. She almost had to describe the shape of Snape's teeth before the other students contentedly let her go. The Gryffindor crowd here dispersed. Over there, Sheeran was just beginning his work. With a flick of his wand, 2 dung bombs flew toward the dormitory. Dung bomb explosion. Sheeran chanted the secret spell taught to him by the Weasley twins. The 2 dung bombs floating in the air of the dormitory instantly burst, exploding everywhere, and as luck would have it, plastered over Nose and Oliver's mouths and noses. The 2 poor guys suddenly smelled an indescribable stench in their sleep. That smell went straight to their crowns, and within just a few breaths, their throats became burning hot, abruptly waking them up from their dreams. After waking up, they realized the entire dormitory was filled with a stench. This made them retch uncontrollably. When they opened their mouths while retching, the dung bomb residue originally plastered on their faces slid into their mouths. Consequently, the more nauseated they felt, the more they retched, the wider they opened their mouths, and the wider they opened their mouths, the more dung bomb residue slid inside. This sensation was simply too intensely agonizing and indescribable. Fortunately, Sheeran closed the door before the smell leaked out of the dormitory. To prevent the smell from escaping and affecting other classmates, he even thoughtfully used a locking charm. Imprison quickly. The dormitory door was sealed shut. After finishing all this, Sheeran stretched and glanced at the wall clock. It hasn't even passed midnight yet. Not bad, it didn't cross over to the next day. Comfortable. I truly am a merciful person. Sheeran shook his head and sighed. Everyone is classmates. A small punishment is enough, there's no need for killing and fighting. Toward his classmates, he was still very magnanimous. Sheeran took steps, walked swayingly back to his own dormitory, and prepared to sleep soundly without any grudges. Just as he lay down on the bed, a small screen popped up before his eyes. Art is an explosion. What? You say a dung bomb explosion counts too? Of course it counts. If you ask me, a dung bomb explosion is true art. After all, besides some visual effects, it also possesses some extremely fierce odors, doesn't it? You really are a prank expert. Then, let's do it again. Choose a person to prank. Upon completion, you can redeem entries based on the prank's effect and target. Attention, please choose your prank target carefully. You only have one chance. Yo, there's even an unexpected harvest. It was already too late today, and Shirin was in no rush to study it. After crawling into bed, he fell asleep soundly. The magnanimous Shirin had no idea what kind of torture Noah and Oliver were enduring. When they jumped down from the beds, they realized that the floor was also covered with exploded dung bomb residue. Thick and thin mixed together. It overflowed from between their toes and rose up onto the backs of their feet. Both in color and smell, it was extremely shocking. Noah wanted to stand up to open the door, but his foot slipped, and he fell flat on his face again. Ah! What on earth is this stuff? It stinks so much. Ah! Oliver, go open the door quickly. Noah propped himself up on the floor with his hands, trying hard to keep his face away from the dung bomb residue. Ah! Oliver retched as he walked toward the direction of the dormitory door. Walking amidst these things was truly an extremely terrifying experience. Oliver stepped unsteadily and heavily, slowly shuffling toward the door, terrified of falling to the ground like Noah. When he finally reached the front of the door after enduring all sorts of hardships, his heart was filled with joy. Open the door. As long as the door was opened, he could leave this ghost place. Although he was a half-blood wizard, his family was quite wealthy. He had always lived a life of luxury and fine food. When had he ever suffered this kind of torment? This made him feel extremely aggrieved inside. However, fortunately, he would be able to go out immediately. Thinking this in his heart, he reached out and pulled the door. As a result, the door remained motionless. What is going on? The expression on Oliver's face suddenly stiffened. He pulled the door hard again. Still no response. The hope in his heart was shattered. The door was locked from the outside. How is this possible? Who on earth did this? Seeing Oliver dawdling and refusing to open the door, Noah could no longer hold back and cursed loudly, "Oliver, you stupid pig, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you opening the door yet? The door is locked." Oliver shouted back. "Move aside, you idiot." Noah reached out and shoved him aside, stepping up to pull the door himself. Finding that the door was indeed locked, he was so angry that he started breathing heavily. This breath went straight into his lungs on an epic scale. The smell going straight to his crown almost knocked him out cold. "Go get your wand and use Scourgify." But Oliver made a mournful face. "We don't know how." The two of them had just been proudly boasting to Shirin earlier, saying that their families had servants and house elves, and trivial matters like cleaning up filth didn't require them to lift a finger at all. Now retribution had arrived. What about the windows? Did you forget? Outside our dormitory is the Black Lake, the windows can't be opened at all. This sentence, like a giant hammer, easily shattered the hope in Noah's heart, making his steps stagger. Noah, who had just eaten a mouthful of mud earlier, hurriedly grabbed the wall. Although he steadied his body, he got his hands stained with dung bomb residue all over again. Looking at the indescribable stuff all over his hands, Noah instantly collapsed, shouting unconcernedly about his image. "Help! Help!" Oliver beside him glared fiercely at him and roared in a low voice, "Shut your mouth. Do you want to call people over to watch us make fools of ourselves?" Noah was startled by him and instantly stopped crying. He came from an ancient pure-blood wizard family, while Oliver was merely a half-blood wizard. Therefore, he had always treated Oliver as his little follower before. And Oliver had also known how to behave, always following his lead. He never expected that Oliver would dare speak to him like this. But looking at Oliver's fierce expression, Noah obediently shut his mouth. "Find the spellbook, I remember Scourgify is recorded in it." Saying this, Oliver waded through the thick and thin mixture of dung bomb residue all over the floor to search for the charms textbook. Noah obediently followed behind him. As for Shirin, sleep quality was good. As for the prank target, let's think about it tomorrow. Today is Saturday. Saturday originally had no classes, but Professor McGonagall temporarily rescheduled a class to Saturday. So today has classes too. Shirin arrived at the classroom early, pondering in his heart the task that appeared after the dung bomb exploded last night. Art is an explosion. It asked him to choose a person to play a prank on, and evaluated it based on the effect and target of the prank, and finally redeemed trait entries based on the evaluation results. Shirin guessed that this time, the better the effect of the prank, or the harder the target of the prank was to deal with, the better the trait entries redeemed in the end would be. But the question was, who should he choose? Malfoy. This fellow stared at Harry all day without bothering him with anything, so there was no need to mess with him. And now he was at most the heir of the House of Malfoy, not a big figure. Even if the prank succeeded, he probably wouldn't get much praise. Forget it, let him off. The only student who could make the list was probably Harry, right? The famous savior, who survived a killing curse from Lord Voldemort and rescued the entire wizarding world from Lord Voldemort's reign of terror, was heavy enough in weight. But Harry had lived a life almost as miserable as his since childhood, and had never provoked him. Nor was he some super male who harmed innocent people. Moreover, if he didn't mess with him hard enough, the effect would be greatly reduced, wasting this opportunity in vain. Sheeran rubbed his brows with some headache. Expanding the scope of consideration from students to professors. The cat professor was serious, responsible, and his guide in magic, so there was no need to consider her. The half-wasted old man was kind and benevolent, and the charms class had a huge effect, so let him go for now. The herb gardener was broad-minded and plump, plus she worked hard day and night, not to mention her. The greasy-haired bat was a bit proud and delicate, but fierce, cruel and hard to handle, so step down first. As for Hagrid and Dumbledore, Sheeran didn't add them to the consideration list in the end. One was because the half-breed giant was hard to deal with, and the other was because the level was too high, making it inevitable to backfire. Tisk, it's tricky. Sheeran leaned against the back of the chair with some headache, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts wandering wildly. This won't do, that won't do either. Could it be that I have to go mess with Lord Voldemort? Thinking of this, Sheeran suddenly had a flash of inspiration, right. How could he forget Lord Voldemort? All hand-typed error-free station. Now he was busy being the back of Quirrell's head. Since they had already merged, wouldn't playing a prank on Quirrell be equivalent to playing a prank on Lord Voldemort? Come on, that was Lord Voldemort. Although he was a boss given away upon appearance in children's literature, once truly time-traveled here, one would find that he was indeed a wizard standing at the peak of the world. Even though he had been dead for many years, there were not many people in the wizarding world who dared to mention his name directly, all using, you know who, or, he who must not be named, as substitutes. In terms of status and energy, Lord Voldemort was considered top-notch. If he was chosen as the prank target, maybe a golden legend could be directly brushed out. And now Lord Voldemort was still cosplaying the back of Quirrell's head. Even if he was targeted for a prank, he couldn't jump out and bite himself. After all, Dumbledore was still suppressing things up top. That's him. Just as Sheeran made up his mind in his heart, Professor McGonagall knocked on the podium, preparing to start class. But after taking roll, she found the two Slytherin students were absent. They were Noah Bulstrode and Oliver Baker. Professor McGonagall put down the roster, preparing to explain, but suddenly smelled an indescribable stench. She was quite familiar with this smell. After all, the Weasley twins had used it in the castle more than once. She subconsciously held her breath and looked toward the door. Noah and Oliver trotted all the way to the classroom door, panting heavily. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. We are late. The two of them practiced Scourgify for a whole night and finally learned it. But because it was too hasty, the effect was not very good. Although there was no dung bomb residue left on their bodies, that fierce smell was still attacking everyone else's nostrils everywhere. The young wizards in the classroom couldn't help holding their breath. Two big stinky eggs. Malfoy shouted while pinching his nose. Several students pinched their noses and laughed out loud. This made their laughter sound a bit nasal. Sheeran didn't laugh, and even took the initiative to step forward. Professor McGonagall, if you allow it, I can use a Scourgify on both of them. Professor McGonagall nodded in relief. Sheeran was really a good kid, kind-hearted and liked to help classmates. Facing the hateful and fearful gazes of the two, Sheeran waved his wand, used a Scourgify, and removed the peculiar smell from their bodies. It wasn't that he was showing kindness, but rather that he didn't want to keep being fumigated. Fortunately, it wasn't a total loss, at least he could pretend to be a good student. You two are late and points should have been deducted, but Mr. Pruitt helped a classmate, so points should be added. Thus, positive and negative cancel out, Professor McGonagall said. Noah and Oliver felt incomparably aggrieved in their hearts. How could both good and bad things be done by you? Although they very much wanted to tell Professor McGonagall that the reason they were late was entirely because Sheeran was playing tricks. He even asked us in advance if we knew Scourgify. But a sense of powerlessness quickly surged in their hearts. Even if they said it now, Professor McGonagall wouldn't believe it, because they had no evidence whatsoever to prove that Sheeran did this. Now, you should say thank you to Mr. Pruitt. No, no. These are all small matters. Sheeran refused verbally, but didn't sit down, obviously waiting for them to say thank you. Noah and Oliver were dizzy with anger, but helpless, so they had to bite the bullet and say, Thank you. You're welcome. Sheeran waved his hand generously. We are all good classmates. Noah and Oliver thought, grinding their teeth, what kind of good classmate throws dung bombs into someone else's dormitory while they are sleeping? Not only did he blow up the dung bomb with a spell, but he also locked the door dead. Chris touched his head, shrank into the corner, and cast a pitiful gaze at them. Who couldn't you provoke, but you had to provoke him? This fellow simply doesn't act like a human. On the surface, he looked like a prosperous little white lotus where everyone gets along well, polite and fond of helping classmates, but actually his heart and hands were even blacker. The attacking power of his methods wasn't great, but the insulting nature was extremely strong. He couldn't make you see blood in school, but he could make you lose all face. After finishing class, Professor McGonagall returned to her office, tidied up her things, and left Hogwarts using flow powder. Regarding Sheeran's identity, she had new news. Rescheduling classes today was just to clear up time to investigate. Night, the burrow. The air in front of the burrow suddenly twisted, and McGonagall's figure suddenly materialized within the blink of an eye. She had left Hogwarts for 4 days, during which she visited several mutual friends of hers and Fabian Pruitt, carefully inquiring whether they knew anything about Sheeran. The information she received made her almost certain that Sheeran was Fabian's child. After reaching this conclusion, McGonagall immediately contacted Molly. She was Sheeran's only living relative at present and had the right to know about this matter. But to McGonagall's surprise, Molly had actually met Sheeran as early as the first day of term and had been investigating his identity all this time. And she had already obtained definite news. The two of them therefore decided to meet at the burrow to cross-reference the information each had gathered to ensure nothing went wrong. Seeing the burrow's dilapidated garage and small courtyard, McGonagall felt a bit dazed. She had been teaching at Hogwarts since 1955, which made it 36 years to date. In her teaching career of more than 30 years, her students could be said to be all over the wizarding world. Arthur and Molly were both her students as well. Now, she was already teaching the couple's children. The members of the Weasley family had truly caused her plenty of trouble, but seeing this crooked, strange house that seemed to be held up entirely by magic, she still couldn't help but crack a smile. Professor McGonagall. Molly's surprised voice rang out. She placed the wooden scoop for feeding chickens against the wall, cast Scourgify on herself with her wand, and walked quickly over to Professor McGonagall, tightly grasping McGonagall's palm with both hands. Did you feed the chickens too much? McGonagall looked at the several fat brown chickens in the yard that refused to peck at any food, and couldn't help asking. Molly pulled on Professor McGonagall's hand somewhat sheepishly. After receiving McGonagall's message, her heart was too excited and she simply couldn't calm down, so she had to find something to do. After finishing the house cleaning, she came out to feed the chickens, but after feeding them a few times, she still couldn't calm down. Fortunately, McGonagall had arrived now, or else she would have been ready to feed them yet again. Let's go inside the house quickly, Professor McGonagall. Molly pushed open the door and welcomed her house dean and professor into the house. It's a bit dark inside, please don't mind. After entering the house, McGonagall looked around and took it all in. The grandfather clock on the kitchen wall had only one hand with no numbers, and the clock face was inscribed with phrases like, boil tea, feed chickens, and, you're going to be late. There was another clock with 9 hands, each hand showing the status and whereabouts of a Weasley, also without numbers. On the mantelpiece were stacked 3 layers of books, all of which were magic books like Enchanting Your Cheese, Bread Baking Magic, and Conjuring Up a Feast. Please sit here. Molly pulled out a chair for Professor McGonagall, acting somewhat flustered. Oh, look at you. You must haven't eaten yet, I'll go make something right now. No, there's no need. Watching Molly, who was clearly anxious yet didn't want to lose her manners, McGonagall felt a pang of heartache. Writing up to here, I hope readers remember our domain name 101 Reading Net has many collections, 0. For you to read. Although Molly was no longer young, in McGonagall's eyes, they were all still her students. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Molly turned around. Let me brew a pot of tea for you. McGonagall didn't refuse this time, she knew Molly needed to do something to calm her inner self. This matter meant too much to her, so when the answer was right before her eyes and about to be revealed, it instead made her somewhat afraid to face it. The aroma of black tea drifted through the slightly dim room. The two poured themselves a cup of black tea, sat facing each other, and didn't rush to speak. Both were gathering their thoughts. After taking a few sips of black tea, McGonagall put down her teacup and spoke slowly. I asked several old friends, and they all said Fabian did indeed have a Muggle girlfriend. They originally planned to get married, but Molly didn't answer. The sound that spoke in her place was the clinking of the teacup against the saucer, which vanished only when she set the teacup down on the table. I've also looked into it. Brother Fabian indeed had a girlfriend. Before he even had time to reveal his identity as a wizard to her, he stepped onto the battlefield. At this point, Molly abruptly paused, seemingly unwilling to think about it any further. Neither of them was willing to bring up this heartbreaking matter too much, and with tacit understanding, they shifted the topic back to Sheeran. The two compared the information they each held point by point and found that many key pieces of information matched up. This made the two certain that Sheeran was Fabian's child. Sheeran, what a good name. Molly's voice trembled slightly, mixed with a hint of choking. Speaking of this, Molly suddenly stood up again, pacing around the room like a headless fly, and asked worriedly. He's my nephew, I have to go see him. Professor McGonagall, will he refuse to acknowledge me? Before McGonagall had time to answer, Molly went on talking to herself. For so many years, I haven't fulfilled my duty as an aunt. My poor nephew, he must have suffered a lot in the orphanage. I have to go find him. I have to go find him. Tell him I'm his aunt, and he has family from now on. Right. Family. Her words were fast and urgent, and McGonagall finally found a chance to chime in. Molly, don't worry for now. The boy is doing very well at Hogwarts, there's no danger, and he has made friends. McGonagall placated Molly and continued, I suggest you still not see him just yet. The child is still young, and beforehand he had no idea he had an aunt. If you go over like this, you might even scare him. Then what should we do? Molly's eyes were filled with hot tears. McGonagall thought for a moment and suggested, I suggest letting your children contact him first. Children of similar ages find it easier to play together. After they get acquainted, during the summer vacation you can invite him over to the house. It will be better for you to see him then. You both need a little time to buffer. Of course, you can tell him about this matter first so he can be mentally prepared. McGonagall finished saying all these words in one breath. That's good, that's good. Molly sat back down and muttered to herself. Although this kind of waiting was a torment for her, for the sake of the child, she was willing to endure it. Don't be anxious. You will eventually have the day you meet. McGonagall comforted her. Oh, thank you, Professor McGonagall. Molly refilled McGonagall's cup of black tea. Tell me about this child. Speaking of this child, the first time I saw him was at the Granger family. Molly was a person with strong empathy skills. She felt sad hearing about Sheeran's living environment in the orphanage, felt heartbroken hearing about him buying second-hand items, and felt shocked and baffled when hearing he was sorted into Slytherin. Oh, that wine-drunken old rag of a hat, how could he sort a Pruitt into Slytherin? This good child must have suffered quite a bit of grievance. Molly was quite indignant. McGonagall expressed deep understanding of this. After all, she too had felt regretful over it for several days. The two chatted while drinking tea. After a pot of black tea was finished, McGonagall got up and left. But Molly gazed long and silently at her departing back, wondering what she was thinking. Until Arthur returned, did she snap out of it? Arthur spoke hesitantly, telling her about something. Something happened at the ministry today. Oh, a small matter. Molly, whose nerves had just relaxed, looked somewhat tired, but watching Arthur blink at her with a look that said, "Come on and ask me," Molly still opened her mouth to ask. "What is it, Arthur?" That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.